And we are now live, Rob?
Yeah, we're live.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for attending today's meeting of the Environment and Regeneration Overview and Scrutiny Subcommittee that definitely needs a shorter title. Apologies in advance, I'm still getting over being a bit unwell, so I'd ask that everybody is please gentle with me, and also that we do try to keep things concise and get out of here before I become the typhoid Mary of County Hall. So with all that in mind, thank you very much for attending. Let's please get this show on the road. So the first thing on our agenda is declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest. So any interests to declare from any members? Fantastic. Oh, Councillor Coltish, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chairman, I don't know if it is relevant, but I think it's best I say that I'm a member of the Dempster Drainage Board and the Goole and Ermine Drainage Board.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coltish. I'm guessing then there's about to be a flurry of Drainage Board memberships. Councillor West?
Yep, I'm a member of Ouse and Derwent. No,
Ouse and Humber.
that's the other one, isn't it? Yeah.
I think any other members? I will just, from my point of view, then I too am a member of the Ouse and Humber Drainage Board. Thank you. So we can now move on to agenda item 2, which is to approve the record as the minutes of the last meeting as a correct record. Thank you very much. And Councillor Walker seconding. Any objections? Brilliant. So that's all the housekeeping out of the way. Thank you very much for going through that so efficiently. And now we can move on to agenda item 3, which is an update from Yorkshire Water. We have Lee Pitcher here with us today from Yorkshire Water. Thank you very much for joining us today, Lee. I do appreciate that. We also have a flurry of other officers, other members. In fact, actually, I should probably hand over to Rob to do this so I don't lose my voice too early.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've got Lee Pitcher and Paul Carter joining us in the meeting, and remotely we've got Martin Christmas and Claire Campbell from the Environment Agency.
Thank you very much, Rob. We also have a lot of officers with us for future agenda items. Today is our annual All Things Water meeting, and I would ask that then anybody else here, Claire, Steve in the background, if any of you would like to chip in at any points, if you have any comments to make, contributions, please be more than welcome to. We also have a couple of portfolio holders here in the form of Councillor Matthews and Councillor Everson. Again, please feel free to jump in. And if at any point at all we get off track, Alan, I'm looking to you to steer us back, please. So thank you very much, everybody. So Lee, I'm guessing I'm handing over to you first then to get the ball rolling.
Yes, most certainly. So yeah, my name. Sorry, I've got a big enough West without that, to be honest. But yes, I'm Lee Pitcher, Head of Partnerships at Yorkshire Water, but I'm also the General Manager for the Live With Water Partnership. And in that capacity, I actually work for the Board of Directors that's made up of the East Riding, Hull City Council, the Environment Agency and Yorkshire Water. So I actually report into the East Riding partly for that role.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Carter. I'm Head of Corporate Affairs at Yorkshire Water. So I'm going to start off just running through a few slides in terms of a general update on things happening with Yorkshire Water before I hand over to Lee, who will give an update on the Living with Water Partnership. And then we've got colleagues from the Environment Agency to talk about bathing water as well. So could we move on to the next one and then the one after that? I'll skip the first few. There we go. And then the next one. So the first thing to start off with, really, I guess, is we're at the point in our 5-year cycle where every 5 years Yorkshire Water has to submit a business plan. There's a lot of text on this slide. Don't feel you have to read it. It's for reading later. I'll cover it now. So every 5 years, Yorkshire Water submits a business plan to our regulator. So that sets out what we're going to do, the level of service that we'll provide and how much we're going to charge customers for that 5-year period. So we're in the process of developing our business plan for 2025 to 2030. So as part of that process now, we've started really trying to engage much earlier in the process with local authorities and other partners to really understand your needs, your expectations, your ambitions for the region to make sure that our business plan reflects those needs. So what we've done in previous price review processes is we've tended to largely write the business plan that we think we needed to write and then come out and check with local authorities that it meets their needs. What we wanted to do this time was start much earlier in that process. So about a year ago, we went to the Yorkshire Leaders Board that brings together the leaders and chief execs of all the local authorities and agreed with them a process by which we'd engage over the period of about 2 years before we submit our business plan in October next year to really get into the detail of our business plan, to really understand the priorities of local authorities, to make sure that this time when we submit that business plan to Ofwat, that it really does reflect the needs of the region. So we've been working with council officers, including Ben, over the last year or so, to really examine parts of our business plan, really look at the priorities for local authorities and make sure that we're delivering those. So the key things that we've been hearing so far really have been about that economic development is really important to local authorities, and that housing is a real key part of delivering that economic development plan. So really what we're hearing is that our need to make sure that our network is really there is invested in such a way that we don't block out the needed housing development that supports the economic growth. So that's something that's going to be a real priority for us over that 5-year period. What we're also seeing in terms of a priority is really building on the work that Lee's been doing and the Living with Water team, is that partnership approach to dealing with flooding and dealing with lots of other issues. So we want to really look at opportunities to work much more closely with local authorities to deliver things in partnership, particularly, you know, if you're looking at long-term resilience, working at things like flooding, using natural flood management, these kind of nature-based solutions, that there is a real opportunity to deliver these things together and to deliver much more by working together. So our business plan will be working through that over the next year or so. We submit it to Ofwat next year, and it will really be about probably much more investment than we've ever seen before in our kind of over the last kind of few price review periods. Ofwat has been very focused on keeping bills low and making sure that that we are delivering as efficiently as we can, but also recognizing the need to keep customers' bills low. I think what we're seeing now from government and from everybody really is a recognition that with climate change, population growth, and all the challenges that we're facing, that there is going to be a need for more investment from the water industry to deliver that. And so I think what we've got to do now is really work and look at how do we deliver that in the most efficient way possible. So working in partnership with others, but also making sure that in this cost of living crisis, which I'll get onto later, how do we support vulnerable customers and making sure that those that can't afford to pay aren't impacted, but that we still deliver that investment. I think we've been perhaps in previous years a bit too focused on keeping those bills low as possible and maybe not delivered as much investment as could have been delivered through the price review process. So this is a process that we'll be going through. As I say, we've been working on it for a year or so now. We've got another year to go, and we really are keen to understand the priorities of local authorities, and we'll continue to work really closely with you to really understand that and make sure that our plan does reflect the needs of the region and is really focused on understanding the differences across the region as well. We know there are different priorities here in East Yorkshire to, for example, in South Yorkshire. So we really want to try and reflect that. So that's kind of where we are in terms of our cycle of our business plan at the moment. So if we could just move on to the next slide, please. So the other thing I think we would kind of, there we go, that you would expect me to be talking about after this summer is drought and hosepipe bans and things like that. So this summer, we saw some of the driest weather on record in the Yorkshire region. We've got records going back about 130 years, and it was the driest summer that we'd seen in parts of our region. That was coupled with some periods of really high demand. So particularly during the summer when we had that really hot weather, we had record levels of demand, which were equivalent to supplying another city the size of Leeds on top of our normal level of demand each day. It's about 200 million litres extra day in terms of demand. So what that meant was that our reservoir levels dropped much quicker than they would normally do, and our reservoir levels were quite significantly lower than they would normally be. That graph with lots of those lines on the side there that you can see, the black line is this year. The other coloured wavy lines that you can see are all the other years in the kind of past 10, 15 years. So as you can see, they've dropped much lower than they would normally do. And as a result, we had to take the action of introducing a hosepipe ban. We introduced that at the end of August. That's the first time we introduced a hosepipe ban since 1996. So it is very unusual for us to need to do that, but our reservoir levels got sufficiently low that we really did need to take action. So that hosepipe ban was in place until yesterday. We lifted the hosepipe ban yesterday. The last couple of months, October and November, have been much wetter than average. Reservoir levels have recovered to about where they would normally be at this time of year now, still a little bit low in some areas. Parts of the region took a lot longer to recover. So the northwest, so Keighley and Bradford and that area recovered quite quickly at the beginning of October, but the south area reservoirs have taken much longer to recover. So that's why we've had that hosepipe ban in place for a lot of people would see that it's been rather wet and, how can you justify having a hosepipe ban for so long? But it has been very varied across the region in terms of that recovery. So we've had that hosepipe ban in place. It's saved about 28 million litres a day of water during that time that it's been in place. So it has definitely helped. And we've also had drought permits in place, which allow us to change how we operate our reservoirs and how we operate some of our river abstractions. So they've been in place to help us manage the reservoir stock. So things are getting more back to normal, but it has been quite a difficult summer, particularly because we've been, to help address this issue, we move water around the region using our grid network. We've got a regional grid that allows us to move water across the whole region. That involves pumping a lot of water. Water is very expensive and very heavy to pump. And during this current energy crisis, that has been very, very expensive to do, to manage that. So that has had a big impact on us. Do you want to take the question before we move on to the next topic? Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. So the other thing to say really in terms of drought and water resources is, whilst we've had that issue this summer, we are now working on our long-term water resource management plan, which looks 25, 50 years into the future at what we might need. And that does identify that with climate change and population growth, these kind of events are going to get more common. And so we do need to start exploring more a twin track approach really of ways to reduce demand and to increase supply. So we will look at ways to increase supply for the region. That's likely to be more boreholes and things like that, unlikely to be needing any new reservoirs in this region compared to some of the other regions that might need that. But we are looking at that, and that's out for consultation at the moment, and we are working with colleagues and officers in the council to involve them in the consultation. So that's drought and water resources. So I'll skip on to the next slide, please, Rob. So we're going to talk now about river water quality and storm overflows, which is something that has been a topic that's been in the news quite a lot over the last couple of years. So storm overflows are a part of our networks that have been designed as part of the way that sewers have been designed for kind of the last 100 years or so. And the aim of a storm overflow is they take water from combined sewers, so where you've got surface water and foul water, and during heavy rainstorms, rather than allowing those sewers to back up and impact people's homes, storm overflows discharge diluted storm water to rivers. And they've been operating like that, as I say, it's been part of the sewer network design for a long time. But I think what we're seeing now is an increasing scrutiny of those and increasing kind of a transparency in terms of how often they're being used. And that has led to some public debate as to whether that is the right thing to be doing and whether we want to change the way that our network is designed. So we've been working with government for quite some time on this issue. And last year, as part of the Environment Act, government introduced new targets for storm overflows for reducing the amount of operation of storm overflows. So that includes three separate targets for storm overflows. The first one is around making sure that by 2050, storm overflows will only be permitted where we can demonstrate there's no local ecological impact. So that's looking at the impact on the environment locally around those storm overflows to make sure they're not impacting on the environment. So we'll have to do that for priority sites by 2035. So priority sites are kind of special areas of conservation, triple SIs, priority areas of river. So we'll be looking to deliver that for 75% of storm overflows by 2035. We'll also need to, by 2035, significantly reduce storm overflows into designated bathing waters. So that's coastal bathing waters, and now we're seeing more bathing waters being designated inland. So we had the first inland bathing water designated at Ilkley on the River Wharf. And we're now seeing applications going in for other inland bathing waters at Wetherby, and we're likely to see many more over the coming years. So we will be focusing particularly on bathing waters to reduce storm overflows into those. And then finally, the third target that the government have set us is by 2050, any storm overflow should not discharge more than 10 times. So it's a cap on the number of spills that you can have. So all of that investment, that will across the country be about £54 billion of investment that's required by the water industry to deliver those targets. The vast majority of that investment is in the Yorkshire Water and United Utilities area. So because of the way that our networks have been designed, because of the way the Yorkshire landscape is, it's much steeper, and same over in Lancashire. You've got steep catchments, you've got a lot of rainfall, we've got more storm overflows than many other places just because of the nature of the catchments that we serve. So about 66% of the investment that's required nationally is going to be required in the Yorkshire Water and United Utilities area for storm overflows. So we are going to see a significant amount of investment in our storm overflows over the coming years. So that will start to kick in 2025 when the new Environment Act targets start. In the meantime, our shareholders recently announced an extra £180 million of investment in storm overflows between now and 2025. So to set us up really to get ready to start to deliver those government targets. So we will be delivering that extra £180 million between now and 2025, which should get us about down to an average of 20 spills per storm overflow across the region. We're at about 30 now, and as in the targets, we'll be down to 10 by 2050. So that gives us a bit of a start on that. So there's a lot of investment about to go into storm overflows. As much as possible, we would like to deliver that in partnership and as part of our work to reduce flood risk and other things. And we would like to use natural flood management as much as we can to deliver those natural solutions as well to help kind of reduce the impact of storm overflows. The nature of some of the targets that the government have set and the timescales that they've set means that some of that is going to have to be done using traditional concrete solutions in order to just deliver those targets in time. So we do need to work as quickly as possible with partners to try and look at how can we work together. How can we integrate the work that we're doing on storm overflows into the work that Lee's doing with the Living with Water partnership to make sure that as we're delivering improvements to storm overflows, we're trying to do as much as possible at the same time to help with flood resilience and things like that. We just skip on to the next slide, please, Rob. Thank you. And I think the other thing to say really about storm overflows is whilst there is a lot of work for us to do as Yorkshire Water, and there is a lot of work, a lot of investment to go in, there is actually a lot of work that needs to be done by other partners as well. So storm overflows and river water quality is not an issue that we can address by ourselves. So if you look at the reasons for not achieving good ecological status, which is the classification that is given to rivers under the Water Framework Directive, if you look at the different reasons that impact rivers' ability to reach that good ecological status, nationally around 7% of those reasons are to do with storm overflows. In the East Riding area is even less than that. So if you look at all that investment that we will deliver, we will remove storm overflows as a reason why rivers don't achieve good ecological status, but it won't lead to rivers automatically achieving that. There's a lot of work that needs to be done with farmers to look at road runoff and lots of other things as well. So it is something that is going to require a partnership approach to delivering river water quality. And I think that's really important to stress that we will do our part, and we will invest and make sure that we are not impacting rivers negatively, but that is not going to lead to suddenly everything getting good ecological status. There is much more work that needs to be done. Could we skip on to the next one, please, Rob? Thank you. And then the other thing I wanted to cover really in terms of general updates across the whole region is around affordability and cost of living, because I know this is something that's obviously impacting everybody at the moment. And just to explain a little bit about what we've done. So we've got a lot of help in place for customers to help with their water bills. So whilst water bills aren't as high or as volatile as energy bills, they're generally kind of fixed across a 5-year period, and so there's a bit of predictability there. And they're a much lower portion of people's income. There is help that we can provide. So we've got a social tariff that helps customers on low income. And we've introduced some additional help for customers on low income as well. So we have automatically credited £70 to everybody on that social tariff to reduce their bills. So the average bill is about £400. If you're on the social tariff, it's capped at about £350. So we've reduced that by £70 automatically. That'll affect about 45,000 Yorkshire Water customers. The challenge that we have is that when people are struggling with their bills, they don't necessarily think to call their water company as their first port of call. They have lots of other more pressing bills. They know that in some cases, most people will know that you can't be cut off for water. So getting into debt with your water company is not as big an impact as other things. But people aren't necessarily coming to us. We think there's probably about 200,000 more people on low incomes that could get access to the help that we provide, but we don't always know where to find those people. So we're working really closely with other partners, charity partners, with local authorities. We had a session last week with the local authorities through the Yorkshire Leaders Board work that we've done to highlight the help we've got available. And we have got some partnerships now with charities and with local authorities, housing associations, that allow people to sign up customers on our behalf to the support that we provide. So if you go to Citizens Advice or a debt advice charity, without ever contacting us, they can now sign people up to on our behalf to those help schemes that we provide. So we're trying to find more ways to access those people, make sure that people know that that help is available. So we've got other help schemes available as well, and we've signed up to the government's breathing space scheme, which means that if somebody's in debt and they're struggling, there is a pause button that they can press, which means that they won't be contacted by anybody chasing any debt for a period during the 60 days. And so what we've said as well recently is that not only will we not contact anybody during that to chase that debt, gives them a chance to get back on their feet, but we'll also pay their fees and their charges during that time to make sure that they're not getting more into debt while they've got that time to sort themselves out. So the help that we've got available to customers at the moment is about £115 million a year at the moment. And that's been added to this year with £15 million from our shareholders to provide some extra help to people. So we've got lots of help available. We've got lots of help for lots of different circumstances, whether you're on a low income, or we've also got help for people who've got certain medical conditions who might need to use a lot of water and who might be on a meter, so we can cap their bills as well. Our challenge is making sure that we've got access to those people and they know that that help is available. So we want to do as much as we can really to work with partners to really kind of shout about what's available and really try and help people as much as we can. What we are seeing, and interestingly, is we were expecting that this cost of living crisis would drive a lot of new people into debt and to struggle who haven't previously struggled before. We haven't seen that come through yet. We've seen people who are already struggling more, but what we haven't seen coming through to us yet, and this may be because they're not coming to us yet, but we haven't seen people who previously hadn't been unable to pay their bills suddenly starting to struggle. We're not seeing that through yet, which I think other people are, but we haven't seen that come through to us yet. For us, it is very much about those people who were finding it hard are finding it even harder. And then if we could just skip to the next one, please, Rob. Thank you. And then I think just to cover off some of the work that we've got going on, and Lee will cover some more work that's going on in the East Riding at the moment as part of the Living with Water update. But we've had 10 major schemes and 32 non-major investment schemes in the East Riding over the last 12 months. So that includes work at Top Hill Low water treatment works. We've been installing a new water main at Snaith. We've been doing a lot of work at North Newbold to invest to prevent sewer flooding. That's been largely caused by groundwater infiltration into our sewer network. So we've been doing lots of sewer lining and things in there to try and stop that happening. We've been working in Melbourne to relay a sewer and to increase sewer capacity. And so there's been a lot of investment that's been happening. I think this is different to some of the previous years when I've been to this committee over the last 10 years that I've been at Yorkshire Water, when we've been talking about issues at Saltend wastewater treatment works and Beverley and the big investment schemes that we've needed to kind of address real odour problems that we had at those sites. Those have largely been resolved by that investment. We haven't had complaints about Beverley or Saltend in the way that we would have done previously, where I'd have been previously coming to explain what we were doing to address those. These are much more localized maintenance of the network, upgrades to the network where we've got localized sewer flooding issues. So we've got lots of work ongoing. We've got lots more work to deliver over the next 3 years as part of this business plan period. We were a bit hampered at the beginning of our business plan period in delivering some of our investment, largely due to COVID and things being a bit slow in terms of the supply chain. So we are really stepping up the amount of work that we're doing now in terms of delivering that investment as we get through that part of our business plan. So there's lots going on. I'm sure there'll be some specific questions later on about particular local issues, which we can pick up and talk about those. But just to say, really, we are continuing to maintain the network, continue to invest in upgrading capacity where it's needed. And we will continue to kind of share and update with local members on those where we need to. And now I think I'm going to hand over to Lee to talk Living with Water.
Thank you, Paul. So if we can move on to the Living with Water slides, that'd be great. Thank you very much. So as I say, I'm head of partnerships at Yorkshire Water, but I'm general manager for the Living with Water partnership. So this is a partnership with some new faces around the table. So just in case you're not aware of Living with Water, so it was a project that started in 2017. That was 10 years after the great floods in Yorkshire. And we know the kind of numbers of properties that were impacted then and the number of businesses as well. So we decided that even after all of the investment that happened through all of the various partners that were involved in managing water across the Hull and the East Riding, that sort of 10 years after those floods in 2007, we were still in a position where we were the second biggest flood risk in the whole country for potential catastrophic flooding. So there was more that we needed to do. So we stood back. We had something called a charrette, which is a posh name for a workshop, where we had around about 40 people from across the globe, big sort of civil engineering partners, academics, local community representatives in a room at the Deep for about 3 days. And out of that, we come up with about 200 different suggestions of what we can do to take forward. My role emerged from that as the general manager, because we decided that what we needed to do was start to culturally think really differently and have a different mindset. And that mindset was that we needed to work as one team. So it didn't matter where that water come from, whether it came from the river or the sewer or the drainage in the road. We just wanted to manage that water together. And there was an important reason for that. It's because in Hull and certain parts of the East Riding, 84% or so of all water ends up into the sewer. So ditches, dikes, becks, rivers end up going into the sewer system, so that when it then floods, no one really knows where that water originated from. So therefore, you just use that sort of mindset that we'll work as one team, and that's where Living with Water emerged. So those 200 ideas were then focused down into a strategic plan through myself and the team that I work with across the partnership, and come under these 5 pillars that you can see here. So the first was, ultimately we need to reduce flood risk. That was really, really important to us. And our focus on for Living with Water is about reducing surface water flood risk in particular. That in doing so, we also want to think about our communities. So how do we provide tools for our communities to be able to also support themselves going forwards as well, not just in terms of what they can do at a household level, but also how they can prepare for flooding, how they can manage during times of flood, and then how they can respond afterwards, because we know that that helps with building personal resilience and mental health post a flood event as well. In doing all of that, we wanted to make sure that where we put investment in, we thought really differently about that, and thought about how we improve place. That was very, very important to us. That's the one on the bottom right-hand side that's covered over at the moment. And then in doing so, can we see an emergence of new skills, green skills, enhance our economy in doing so, and then ultimately use this to share knowledge. So Living with Water has become, without a doubt, a leader in the industry in terms of how to manage water as a partnership. So it's been given national recognition through the British Quality Foundation, which Princess Anne is the sponsor, the patron for. We've been over to Tokyo and shared this at the World Water Congress. We were invited to COP26 and presented live from the Blue Zone. We have fed into COP27 this year, that then went to Cairo Water Week, that went into Egypt. So, we are on the world stage here in terms of this particular project. And that's why, as Paul said, it is a mechanism and a tool for how we might do things differently in the future in terms of partnership working. And just to give you a flavour of some of those things, you can see that in terms of reducing flood risk, and I'm going to talk about specifically East Riding and one of our schemes in a second. I'll pull Ben in to help him with that. We've got our first big scheme starting in January. That's at Rosmy Street, where we are combining a social housing piece of work to upgrade the frontages of the social housing with a flood resilience scheme. What that allows us to do is totally transform that whole street of the east of Rosmead, and it brings in permeable paving that has suds underneath it, soaks up water, holds water back, and then releases that slowly back into the system afterwards. So that starts in January. And as I say, it's a transformational type of scheme in a road that really could do with that sort of uplift as well, which is fantastic. In terms of building community resilience, we've now got the Wilberforce Hub. Some of you have been to visit that in the past. So that was, an arm of a college that had been kind of left, really. It was no longer used, needed some serious repair. And through the partnership, we were able to reach out and use our collective voice to gain some money from DEFRA Pathfinder. We've transformed that into a community hub where we can bring members of our residents in to give them training, to show them how to build plans. But also there are lots of things in there that we can use that allow us to teach children from Key Stage 1, Key Stage 2. And we're looking to bring in TAs, which are technical levels in the future around flood resilience, climate change, sustainability, to train up the new generation of people as well. So a fantastic asset that we've got there. And there is a little SUD, a sustainable urban drainage system, just in front of the building there, just to demonstrate what that could look like as well. So if you haven't been, well worth a visit. And also to encourage your schools to go onto the Yorkshire Water or the Living with Water website to request classroom lessons for that particular area. In terms of improving place and enhancing the economy, a couple of examples there. So we've seen the emergence of new cooperatives. One that's shown there is sustainable. So they will go out and they carry out or build bespoke SUDs for businesses, for houses and homes if residents want those. And there's a few there of the local church that had some planters, for example, produced that were in the shape of church windows, and they've got all flowers growing now, wild gardens that soak up water and stuff like that. So we are seeing the emergence of new industry from the work that we're doing. And of course, we worked with Birdseye, with Sustainable Landscapes and 40 farmers in the supply chain to plant a new cover crop in between pea harvests in places in the East Riding that basically allows us to sequester more carbon in between pea harvests, hold water. So for every 1% improvement in soil organic matter, we were seeing about 200 tonnes of extra water retained in the soil per hectare. So again, it creates this sponge around the city of Hull and holds water back. But of course, there is a potential that cover crop that grows, or a pop-up rainforest, as it's called in the media, that can be used as well for potential future new income streams as well. So we're looking at flood resilience in the round here and collectively. It's moving us on hugely in terms of the industry and the sector. So if we just move on. There are quite a few things going on and lots of amazing highlights from the work that we're doing. So we've got 4 big schemes over the next couple of years. Just talked about Rosby Street. We've got one in Bilton, Demmingham and Southcotes. I said that the first scheme starts in January, and we've got the options review for Bilton itself in December, so in the next couple of weeks. And we'll talk about that in a second. In terms of building community resilience, you probably would have seen either across social media or you've been yourselves that we've been at so many events this year. We've had over 1,000 what we call quality conversations with residents about Live with Water, but also what they can do. We've gave them various materials that they can use at home. We've had Flood Mary. I don't know if you've met Flood Mary, but she's quite a force to be reckoned with. But she's been out with the Floodmobile and shown people how you can protect your own home using property level flood protection. And we've done that over in Bilton and in Victoria Square in Hull. We created a flood manifesto. That's something would be lovely to replicate here in the East Riding. But we had some East Riding schools over in Hull, and we collectively, with all of the children that were there, worked on allowing them to, I guess, hold us to account as a partnership in terms of what they wanted to see in their city and in the East Riding over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So that's the first, I believe, in the country where children have created a flood manifesto and they're holding us to account for that work. We've Also started work on visioning for 2040. We're looking at something called a blue-green plan. So early days for that, but we're looking at future visioning. What do we need to do in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, well, up to 2040 collectively, with a climate change scenario built into that, so that we actually protect ourselves with up to a 2080 scenario. So lots of great work going on there. We are regularly going to the Yorkshire Leaders Board. We had the annual flood forum for the first time ever over in York, where we shared lots of case studies. Live with Water was one of the principal ones that we shared there. And I've already talked about some of the other stuff that we've done in terms of sharing knowledge. So some real great highlights over the last sort of year, but we've come a long way since 2017 in terms of this particular project and its maturity. So if we just move on to the next slide, just focusing in then on Bilton. This is our biggest infrastructure, one of our biggest infrastructure schemes over the next 4 years from a surface water point of view. And you can see some of the work that we've already done over the last few months, and then going into the future, what it's looking like. So we've carried out quite a significant number of surveys. We already have a really quite sophisticated model for our drainage, but even with that sophisticated model that's been built over the last sort of 15 years probably in total, there is still a need to then understand what's really happening at a very, very local level. So a significant number of surveys have been carried out. We've been carrying out comms and engagement events over in Bilton, speaking to residents and customers. Part of Live with Water is to co-create. The idea of co-creation is that if residents are bought into some of those sustainable drainage schemes that we put in, that they will remain sustainable going into the future, that they maybe even take ownership of some of them in terms of just helping to look after them and maintain them and take pride in them. Therefore that co-creation is really, really important. In fact, it totally changed the scheme that we're doing at Rosmead Street. So when we showed the original scheme there, when we spoke to residents, they came in and they talked to us about what they would like to see. And that absolutely changed what we're actually going to do there. We are moving on then to have our outline design come April next year for Bilton, and then we'll over the next couple of years then be delivering that particular scheme. So I don't know if it's just Ben, do you want to just come in there in terms of what that involves in terms of the green wall?
Yeah, absolutely. So is that on? Can you hear me? Yeah. So yeah, just to take you back for a moment. So we identified the need for a scheme at Bilton during a former study that we did in the Holderness area. And we started looking at an independent East Riding scheme a few years ago. Following the conversations that were going on with Living with Water, we really realized pretty quickly that together we could tackle this in two aspects. And what we've gone forward with is Yorkshire Water looking at the rainfall falling on Bilton itself and dealing with that and managing that in the urban environment within Bilton. And then ourselves, we're looking to deliver a green wall to the top of Bilton, along with some storage and other infrastructure just outside of Bilton on the edge. And together, those two schemes will really do the job that we're looking to achieve there and reduce risk and reduce pressure on other infrastructure too. I think at the moment that in the council, we're looking to ensure that we have a model that is suitable to get grant and aid funding. We're looking to bring some additional funding from that side, along with contributions from Yorkshire Water. So it says on the thing there, February for a draft OBC. I'm hoping that will in fact come to pass, but we're looking to submit that business case around March, April time. And then together we can look at bringing together the total funding package in order to achieve that is it March 2025 deadline, the ambitious March 2025 deadline that we have as a partnership.
Perfect, thanks Ben. And I think that's it for me on Live with Water. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, gents. So that was a very, very comprehensive. I'll just save quickly at this juncture that if you do crack engagement and riparian ownership, please do share that information. I'd be grateful to know. I don't suppose either Martin or Claire, who I believe are joining us on Zoom today, would like to come in at this point. If you do, please feel free to. If you'd rather wait till there are questions and jump in as and when you feel appropriate, you'd be more than welcome to do that as well. So entirely up to you two at this juncture if there's anything you'd like to contribute before we move on to questions.
I'm happy to give a very quick overview of bathing waters if you think that would be helpful.
Well, bathing waters. Oh, sorry, I got a bit of feedback there, and I barely like hearing myself once. Sorry, I was going to say bathing waters. I imagine will be quite a significant set of questions from the members, but I'm seeing some nods. So if you could please, that might inform and hopefully direct and speed up the questioning. So if you wouldn't mind, Martin, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So just a reminder. So I noticed Paul had mentioned around good ecological status. So when we're talking about bathing waters, we're principally talking about levels of bacteria in the waters that have been designated as bathing areas. So principally E. coli and intestinal enterococci, but we tend to refer to those as FIOs, fecal indicator organisms. And the Environment Agency's role is, once a bathing water is designated, that we carry out the monitoring of those bathing waters in the bathing water season between May and September, and we take 20 samples to classify those bathing waters, and the bathing waters are classified from excellent down to poor, dependent on the levels of bacteria that we pick up in those samples. If you're interested in the background or the data, what I would do is I would suggest I direct you towards Swimfo on the .gov UK website, which contains all the bathing water profiles. So it contains the information that we understand to be impacts on individual bathing waters, and it gives you the ongoing classifications for the bathing waters. For those of you around this table, you'll be interested in the ones around East Yorkshire. In terms of the other work that we do, we work a strong partnership approach. So I think Lee has highlighted some of the work that he's involved with in Living with Water. We also tackle bathing waters in a partnership approach. So we have Yorkshire Water, East Riding, and for those north, we have the Scarborough councillors as well. We have a board level meeting where we decide on strategic objectives and commit resources to bathing water projects, and we also run a number of tactical groups for partners that are involved in tackling those aspects that can have an impact on bathing waters. So largely for Yorkshire in general, where we see FIOs coming from, they tend to come from people in the form of sewage, or what comes out of people's boats or harbour activities and dredging, anything that interferes with the water or the sediment on the coast. You can put that down to a people input. We see inputs from birds. So I'm sure you'll have heard about efforts to move seagulls on from beaches in the past. We also get inputs from dogs, which is why you can't walk your dog on certain beaches at certain times during the bathing water season. And we also have inputs from agriculture in terms of ruminants. So if we run down the beaches of interest in East Yorkshire for 2022, if we start at Flamborough South Landing, that remains at excellent. Danesdyke also remains at excellent. Brid North remains at good status. Brid South has dropped from sufficient down to poor. Fraysthorpe remains at good. Skipsea has gone up to excellent from good, as has Hornsey, up to excellent from good. Tunstall remains closed due to health and safety issues, due to the fact that our samplers can't safely collect samples there, and that beach is nominated for declassification due to the fact that we have an ongoing problem of collecting samples safely there. And Withensea is up to excellent from good this year. So I think what you can say, or what we can say for season 2022, is it's a mixed picture. We've got some going up to the highest standard, and we've got one beach going down to the lowest standard. And a standard of poor means that that's advice against bathing at Brid South for the 2023 season. What I would say is that that partnership has invested about £2 million, largely from Yorkshire Water, but a significant input from the Environment Agency as well, working with some of the top scientists in the country. So David Kay from University in South Wales, looking at some intensive sampling to try and understand the sources and the pressures, particularly on those bathing waters that we don't want to be at pore. We still have some analysis to do in terms of what we call our microbial source tracking. So this is some of the environmental DNA work that we carry out to understand the relative contributions from people, birds, dogs, and agriculture, and we still need to carry out that analysis. What I would say is, do we have a silver bullet at the moment for Bridge South that tells us why it's dropped to poor? We don't, and we will need to continue that analysis over the next bathing water season to try and understand that, so we can put in place remedies to get it back up to a standard that we're looking for. So that's probably where I'll stop in terms of a broad overview in terms of coastal bathing waters for East Riding. You're fortunate that you don't have a river bathing water yet, but given the enthusiasm for wild swimming and river bathing, who knows, you may have one soon.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you very much, Martin. Now, I do know that we have a number of councillors who want to ask questions, and if they're anything like me, it'll probably be more than one. So before I pass the ball over to councillors to start asking the questions, I will just say that it was a nice circular finish there, because we are going to start where we began with Paul's comments about priorities. For me, the big three are the data gathering, the transparency around that, and then the remedial action that's going to be taking place. We need to know what the problems are. I think Bridge South is a perfect example, and we need to know what's going to be done to resolve them. I'm sure we will have a lot of questions on that in particular, so I'll start with Councillor Temple, who was the quickest drawer and first to get a hand up.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, just to say it's really good that you're all here together and working in partnership, and I'm really pleased that you've come today and presented very comprehensive slides. It would be nice to have got them so I could read them, because I'm a bit slow these days, but it'd be nice ahead of time. It's always useful for us, so we can really get our heads around all the information you've given us. But really, my first question was about the aquifer, which first prompted me, but of course I did garner a few on the way. I'll try not to hog it though. Really just about the aquifer, because you said that the reservoirs had all gone down, you pump water around. Is it possible to pump water out of our aquifer and then back into it? It's the first half question.
Yes, so we have a number of different sources that we use. So we take water from reservoirs, is generally towards the kind of north and west of the region. We tend to take water from rivers in the kind of central part of the region, and then in the East Riding it is from the aquifer and from boreholes, and we can move it around the whole region. So if we are prioritizing taking water out of the aquifer in the east, when river levels are low and reservoir levels are low, yes, we can move that around to the rest of the region. The whole aquifer takes a bit longer to recover. Sometimes the groundwater generally takes longer to recover than reservoirs and rivers. So we tend to try and prioritize the river sources where we can. So we haven't particularly been taking more out of the aquifer this year. It's been a focus on river sources. So yes, we can, and yes, we do, but we tend to try and balance it as much as possible.
Thank you.
Councillor Temple, before you continue, I think Martin's hand's up. I'm also thanking my colleagues sat to your left, because I don't have my glasses on, so I will use this as an opportunity to ask them to keep doing so, please. So if I could just bring Martin in quickly.
Yeah, just like to add on that we have a large investigative programme into modelling the hydrogeology of the chalk in Yorkshire. Obviously, having the world's most northerly chalk stream in Yorkshire is important to us, and preserving that. But we're working in collaboration with the British Geological Survey, largely because the last significant geological mapping event was done at the end of the 1800s. So our licensing is based on how we model that hydrogeology. So we're embarking on this program to understand if we're being precautionary with that water availability, or whether we need to throttle back on our licensing. So what I would say is that that's again a piece of work that we do as a way of supporting the water industry and public supply by making sure that we understand how much water we can license from those aquifers on the Yorkshire Wolds.
Thank you very much, Martin. And Councillor Semple, back to you, please.
Thank you. And really just the other one was really about seawater bathing and the fact that we're Bridlington South, which is such a lovely beach, is poor. I mean, that's really quite disappointing, especially as you put a lot of investment in where the lifeboat station is. So really it's you know, what's happening about it. The scope did cover I think it was data frequency and details of sewage going into the watercourses, which we haven't really got. Obviously, there's going to be very big numbers there, I imagine, if it's poor. So really just to explore what's happening about that.
So if I jump in first, if that's okay. So if you look at this year's results, so there are 20 samples taken over the period between May and September. Of those, I think 8 of them were elevated. So that's where they're not achieving that sort of sufficient good or excellent standard. But prior to those, we've done some investigations, and I think there were, of the 7 elevated samples, there were no CSO stormwater overflows in the I think it's even in the 72 hours preceding. It was a really dry summer. So that says that there's something else that's causing it. So it's not sewage from the overflows in terms of Bridlington South that's causing the issue. So that's to be really, really clear on that. And of course, you're right. A lot of investment went in from a Yorkshire Water point of view over probably about 7 or 8 years ago now. So it is something else that's causing that at other times. And we think there's potentially something happening in the intertidal zone. But we need to understand that better. So that's in the actual, that, you know, on that beach zone itself. And it feels almost like something has changed between when that investment was originally put in and now, because we did so much understanding of source apportionment, going out, looking at agriculture, looking at the sewers. We even went in and we did quite a lot of work at the spa to understand if there were any misconnections at that time and stuff like that. So there is something else that is causing the issue, and that's why this next sort of 6 to 12 months is around getting more and more data in and analysis and understanding what that means. And of course, that work that the Environment Agency is doing in particular as well around understanding how you trace back the DNA will give us a real clear indication as to what might be causing that problem.
Thank you, Councillor Semple. Did you have any further questions? Or
I'll let somebody else.
I was just going to ask, if you wouldn't mind, we have a couple of Bridlington members gesticulating wildly. So if please, Councillor Burton, and then I'm guessing Councillor Walker, you have a wiggle as well.
Just on the really interesting question that Councillor Temple asked about the aquifers, just given the fact that we've first houseboat down since 1996, and you talked about aquifers take a while to recover. Just what sort of give us a picture, a bit of colour as to what sort of strain's been put on the aquifer this year? Have you been pumping quite a lot and moving it around? And you say, you did touch on it, say it's going to take a while for that to recover. So just could you give us an idea of just how, because we take it as a very precious resource for ourselves, and it very much it's the centre of the East Riding. Interested to see how much that migrates, how much you take out, and what sort of the impact has been over this drought year.
Yeah, sure. So I think really in terms of the impact of what we've been taking from boreholes in the aquifer, it hasn't increased a great deal this year. We have been focusing primarily on those river water sources because the way our network operates, we tend to supply the grid network, which is what supplies the whole region from. Most of it comes from Elvington treatment works near York, so that is supplied by river water sources from the Derwent and the Ouse. So we've tended to focus more on taking more out of rivers when they've been available rather than taking it out the aquifer. So the aquifer kind of stayed kind of broadly level. We can send some details in terms of can show you the graph that shows the impact on the aquifer. But the reservoir levels have dropped significantly. We focused on rivers, and we tend to, because of the way our network operates, we haven't really changed the way that we've operated that aquifer abstraction. It is largely kind of broadly the same, because the amount that we take from the groundwater, there isn't enough source there to supply the whole region. It's about 45% from rivers, about a similar, just under about 40% from reservoirs, and it's a very small amount from the aquifer. So it hasn't changed all that much. It's just the nature of groundwater is that, it chucks it down in October and November and the reservoirs fill up really quickly. It takes a while for that groundwater to refill. So it's largely been the same, but I can send you a graph that shows you how the impact, but it's not been significantly different to any other year.
So you're saying the aquifers outlasted the drought very well, actually?
Yes. So if you look at other regions like Anglian water, where they tend to focus quite a lot on that kind of groundwater, they've managed without hosepipe bans because aquifer doesn't drop as quickly, but it also takes longer to recover. So you've got that kind of resilience there, but obviously once you've used it, it takes a while to recover.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Did you have anything further at this point, or would you like to come back in later? Because Councillor Temple has sparked people's grey matter, and there's a couple more supplementary questions. If I go, Councillor Walker has a supplementary on this, then Councillor Bayram. If it's not covered, I'll come back to you then, please, Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you did lift the lid on it there wonderfully. Thank you. I think my biggest concern is over the data and involvement issues around Bridlington South. It's clearly been known for some while that there's some mystery there. It's not straightforward. Farmers are off the hook in this completely. There's something else going on with those FIOs. But there doesn't seem to have been any engagement locally. Elected members, for instance, I'd like to come back on a recommendation later, Chair, if I may, on that. But to involve quite a lot of local knowledge could be quite useful in that. And as you'd imagine, elected members receive a great deal of inquiries now. This is very recent. And with no engagement and no seat at the table, there's nothing you can say to them except, we don't know. And that's a bit thin, isn't it? So I'd be looking for more data initially, whether that's interpreted or just raw data. Notice that the Brid South report on things like surface against sewage. The Brid North reports all year round, but Brid South is marked as a tourist beach, so you don't get any winter data. Strange. But I noticed the Brid North had 3 sewage pollution alerts in the last month from overflow. I know it's not the bathing season, but there are bathers in there. There were bathers in there this morning. In fact, Brid North and Brid South. So without the data and the detailed knowledge of what we can say, we're in a vacuum. And that's a very uncomfortable feeling because we don't know what the plan is. And I'd also like to ask you if you know where this is as an issue exactly on Yorkshire Water's priority. Certainly locally in a tourism resort, as you'd expect, is very, very high. So I'd be interested to know where it reflects into yours, please.
I'll pick that up if that's okay. So I think in terms of data and supply of data, we can certainly pick that up in terms of future engagement with elected members. That's not a problem at all. There is a governance process that sits around bathing waters. So we have a partnership board where we have members of Scarborough, East Riding, Yorkshire Water and Environment Agency sit on that, and officers from East Riding sit on there. There is also a technical group that meets very, very regularly, where there are officers from the East Riding that sit on that. So there are regular meetings to discuss sort of what we need to do as multi-agency plans. And then in January, we have a date in the diary, which I can't remember off the top of my head, where we've got quite a few officers from the East Riding who sit within Ian Rayner's department, come along to have a full-day workshop to look at how we pull all of our data individually that we've got back together, and then have a look at what we need to do going forwards in terms of our plans. So, and of course, there's no reason why an elected member couldn't come along to that if that, if you'd like to, that's not a problem. But of course, out of that, what we can do is we'll share what those plans are and what it looks like and what the data's telling us. You're right, though, it is baffling us a little bit. Yep, it is baffling us because we've spent many, many years putting in lots of investment, and we're still not quite, and when I say we, I'm talking about the broader multi-agency group, and we've still not quite got there with Bridlington South. So we need to find out what's causing it.
That's very kind. Thank you very much. And as Martin alluded to, that there's a huge number of academics involved in this as well as engineers. I understand it's a large issue. And that's why I wanted to question why there was so little involvement, because this is obviously extraordinary. This just doesn't happen. Just a few meters down the coast at Fraysthorpe, we've got improving water quality. So something truly extraordinary is happening. So I welcome that offer of engagement. I'm sure that we'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I mean, there was, if I made it say, just Lee, that was microbial source tracking was mentioned earlier, but there must also be things like tidal monitoring. I imagine there's a wealth of knowledge you need and expertise to actually piece this all together. And I think the important thing from Councillor Walker's points there are twofold. One, that it needs to be investigated fully and that you will need a wealth of experience if you're going to find the source. But two, going back to transparency, that information needs to be shared. Elected members are accountable. People come to us as their representatives, and we need to be in a position to provide information. And so I would ask not only that all that data is gathered, but that it's circulated as well, please. So thank you very much, Councillor Walker. So if I can bring you in, Lee, then Councillor Bayram, you had a supplementary after that.
Yeah, it was only just to pick up on the Bridlington North versus Bridlington South and that inconsistency. That shouldn't be the case. So I'll have a look at that just to understand whether it's just something in terms of the website where it's not. Yeah, but there's what we apply to, Brid North is the same as we apply to Scarborough North or Scarborough South or Hornsey. The data supply should be the same into surface against sewage. So I'll just have a look at that just to see what's happened there.
It's just as I have a very rudimentary knowledge about aquifers. My understanding is that every now and again there is a layer of, if you look at a drift map, every now and again there's a layer of clay. Around me it's about 6 to 8 feet down. Well, that was the level that the wells were for individual houses or for 3 or 4 houses or a row of houses. But then you've got the drift maps will say the boreholes at Springhead and Pollington, boreholes like that. They go down to the Bunter sandstone, but then again that's in layers and these layers of clay. But the water to feed that comes from the coast, from the sea. It takes a long time to get there, but it's fully filtered, and the boreholes can only produce a certain amount of water. There is lots of boreholes all over the place, down to the clay at the bottom of the Bunter sandstone. But that will the reason that you can't get enough water out of that at Barnby, there is the extraction from the river, from the Derwent, and there's a big massive pipe and it's under a lot of pressure. That's where the majority of water comes to feed Hull.
Sorry, Councillor Bayram, can I interject? Can I interject for a second, please? I never go to a meeting with you, Councillor Bayram, without receiving an education, but we still have another 7 councillors wishing to ask questions and 3 further agenda items after that.
It was just a wiggle on the.
If you'd like to have
what I'm saying is you can't get any more water out of it.
Well, what I'm saying is if you would like to have a discussion with any of the officers or any of the staff from Yorkshire Water and the Environment Agency, I would wholeheartedly encourage you to do it and know you to be particularly knowledgeable on subjects like this. But if we can please restrain our comments to just questions.
On the new board issue.
Yeah, if we can please restrain our comments to just questions during the meeting, please. Otherwise, we will be here all day and I will take the blame for it because I'm as guilty as anybody. But I will be sharing it with you, Councillor Bayram. But no, thank you very much.
The question was, is my understanding correct?
I don't think that will change the way mustard tastes. So if I could please encourage that conversation to be had after the meeting when there will be more opportunity for it to be held without delaying all the other officers in the background. So if I can move on, please, back to Councillor Burton, who I believe had a supplementary earlier.
Yeah, thank you very much. Firstly, I want to thank Paul and Lee and colleagues from the Environment Agency to come today. I think it's been really, really important. It's been really interesting and informative. I'd like to touch back on the Bridlington. You talked about the beach and the issue about Bridlington South, and that's still being investigated. But our residents were very hopeful, obviously, with the £90 million worth of investment that went into the stormwater harvesting scheme in Bridlington that would obviously address the issue about blue flags and obviously seawater quality. On the very many millions that were spent in Bridlington, and I know you've touched on, you say it's not actually, this issue isn't coming from stormwater. How effective has that scheme been? Can you give us some flavour of the actual, you must have done some analysis and seen how successful that scheme has been, because obviously a lot of our residents, businesses had a lot to put up with a lot of disruption for, a couple of seasons, if not longer, during that period. So it'd be good to sort of share with us just what actually that has achieved. Bear in mind, we've got a big issue at Bridlington South on the beach, but what actually is that stormwater scheme?
Yeah, so there are 19 designated beaches up and down the coast. So those were designated way back in, I think it was like the 70s. It's not that way back, but it is for if you talk to my kids, it feels like in prehistoric times. But yeah, they were designated, I think, back in the 70s or so by looking at the number of people that used to use each beach. When we started the work for that £110 million worth of investment, it was actually, about 50 million of that was around Bridlington and the sort of the South beaches, as we call them. We had 3 or 4 beaches that were at poor status at the time, and a number of beaches at good. We've never had so many excellent beaches as we do now. We've got the most excellent beaches that we've ever had. But Brid South is the one that's the tricky one. So what that investment did, it almost, I guess, aligns back to what Paul talked about earlier. The modelling tells us, or the modelling at the time, the MIM, the Marine Impact Model, where we needed to invest, and the size of that investment and the scale of it, both in terms of holding water back during times of heavy rainfall, to reduce spills and stuff like that. If you look at that investment, by putting that in, it almost removed the Yorkshire Water contribution. The idea was it removed the Yorkshire Water contribution that could mean that those bathing waters wouldn't achieve of that sufficient standard. So you're kind of removing the Yorkshire Water impact, and therefore then you're looking at what the other impacts were. So the reason that we set up the multi-agency partnership at the time was because we didn't want to invest £110 million and then still have beaches that weren't, having that ability to get to excellent to then get a blue flag if they were a resort beach. We've got 8 resort beaches in Yorkshire. So we've removed that part. And I think this summer kind of, to a certain extent, helps prove that, in that, as I say, there were, I think, 8 samples that were not achieving that excellent or good standard, and only there was only 1 where there was a sort of rainfall prior and then a storm overflow. So it is something else that's causing it. So it's done its job, but there is more to do. There's more to do. And actually, the work that we're doing up until 2035, and coming back to, is it a priority? It absolutely is, because we want to reduce flows even more, or storm overflows into the sea.
Thank you, Councillor Burton, and thank you, Lee. I have a number of other questions from councillors, and I'll try to get back to the order in which you raised your hand earlier. But while we're on the Bridlington issue that I wanted to pump up a bit higher because of the significance of it, and of course the national coverage that pollution topics and impact on watercourses and indeed our oceans as well has had, I did have a couple of questions on that myself. So the first question I had is, why have there been so many storm overflow incidents this year during a drought and historically low rainfall? I would have hoped that the weather conditions meant there was no need for them. So I'd be interested to know how that circle is squared, please. And then the second question is, what steps have been taken previously to now? Paul, you described the practice earlier as accepted, and I think from a technical standpoint it is. However, I'd find it very impressive if anybody could actually argue from a moral standpoint that it was an acceptable practice. And I don't think this has become news this year and people have started to panic and said, oh, we must do something. I would very much hope you could tell me about practices that have been put in place to address that you're now building upon rather than starting from.
Yes, of course. So the way that it currently works prior to the Environment Act being introduced last year was that when storm overflows operate over a certain threshold number of times a year, we would carry out an environmental investigation to understand whether there was a local environmental impact. So we would do sampling, we would look at how often that spills, what the impact is on the local environment, the river and the wildlife. And if that was to show that there was an impact, then we would invest in that storm overflow, whether that's to create extra storage, increase the size of the sewers, or whatever was required to reduce the impact of that on the environment. So we've previously been working on this basis of identifying ones that spill frequently. It's called the Frequently Operating Overflows Programme. Look at the ones that spill frequently, carry out an environmental impact assessment, and then make the required investment to address that as and when that was needed. So I think that's the way it's happened for many, many years, and that's what we've always done. I think what's happening now is that we're looking at that on a much larger scale. So we're now trying to say, well, yes, we want to see those environmental impacts addressed, but we want to see it happening much, much quicker and a much wider scale. So I think what we're doing is, realistically, what the Environment Act targets do is, the first target in the Environment Act is to be able to prove that there is no local environmental impact. So rather than, it just flips it round a little bit, rather than us looking and saying, is there an environmental impact to this? If yes, we need to invest in it. Now the onus is on us to prove that it doesn't, and we need to invest first. So it's a bit of a just change around of those targets. But there has been, in this current 5-year business plan, prior to the extra investment that our shareholders announced, we were investing about £150 million in reducing storm overflows through that Frequently Operating Overflows programme. So it has been something that we've been looking at for a long time. What we're now trying to do is speed up that investment. And what the government has done through the storm overflows targets as well as looking at the overall impact on the environment, because you could have some storm overflows that operate quite frequently, but they're operating in a storm condition when there's a lot of heavy rain. Most of it is rainwater, and it's going into a big receiving watercourse. Actually, there isn't any environmental impact of that. And actually, you can spill quite a lot of times without having an environmental impact. So what the government has done, in order to make it slightly easier, I think, for people to be able to regulate us and hold us to account, is also introduce that 10 spill cap as part of those targets. In some ways, that's helpful because that's clear. If you don't understand the environmental impact assessment that we're doing, which of course, not many people will, it's easier to look at that and say, is that spilling more than 10 times or not? Therefore, Yorkshire Water are performing as they should on that. But the danger of that is that you could end up spending tens of millions of pounds reducing something down to 10 spills, which previously wasn't having any impact on the environment. And actually it potentially takes your investment away from somewhere else. So it's a debate that we have around what's called output-based regulation versus outcome-based regulation. So do you want to look at the outcome in terms of the health of the river, or do you want to look at an output in terms of something come out the end of this pipe 10 times in a year? So there's a bit of the government's targets have a dual approach to that, which means you've got that kind of extra backup there of saying no more than 10 times. So absolutely, stuff has been happening for a long time. A lot of investment has been going in, but this scale is much, much more significant that's coming up now in terms of that investment. And I think in terms of the question around how many spills this year, we haven't seen the full data for this year yet, but it is likely that spills will have gone down quite significantly this year, because it's been drier partly, but also because of the investment that's gone in. So it's not all. We've only really started to capture the data around storm overflows in the last kind of 4 or 5 years, since what was called event duration monitoring was put on all these storm overflows. So it allows us to look at how often and how frequently those spills are operating. Until kind of 5 years or so ago, there wasn't that monitoring in place. Yorkshire Water's quite far ahead in the industry, and we've got about 96% coverage of event duration monitoring. It's supposed to cover 100% by 2025, and so we will be in that position by then. But we've got a lot more data, I think, is the key thing. It's not necessarily that they're spilling more, it's that we now understand how often they are spilling.
Oh, that's actually very, very informative. Thank you. One last question from me on this before we move back onto the wider picture. 150 million is a fabulously high sum, but it's fantastic if you think you can solve everything for 75 million. Not so great if it's going to cost 1.5 billion. What is it as a percentage of what you think you'll need?
So I think we're still looking at kind of exactly what the final final spending will need to be as part of those storm overflow targets. It's going to be in the probably over the next 5-year period, the next business plan period that I talked about before. We're likely to be spending about £2 billion in terms of the storm overflow targets that we need to deliver. So as I mentioned before, we have in previous years been largely flat in terms of our investment from period to period and kept those bills kind of about where they are. This time our investment program is going to be 2 or 3 times the size that it was in the last 5-year period. So there is it's absolutely £150 million it sounds a big number, but it is only the start of getting us to where we need to be. There is going to need to be massive amounts of investment that need to be delivered.
Our next agenda item, we will hear about a lot of council investments, and I think there'll be a lot of commendations in there, but one of the big issues is always going to be maintenance. Everything you create, you have to look after in perpetuity. And on that note, I think that will flow very nicely into our next question. And Councillor Hammond, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the big stuff, and you're investing a lot in the big stuff, which is great. But in my experience, what matters most to residents is on a grand scale of things seem like small issues, but obviously to residents where they have an issue, it's a major issue. Things like water leaks, lack of sewer capacity in settlements, particularly villages, and also a lack of modernisation. And by that I mean sort of older pipes and stuff which leak and etc. So as part of your new business plan that you're looking to review, are you going to be putting a higher priority and more resources towards the general maintenance of your infrastructure?
Yes, and actually it's been something we've been talking to Ofwat over the last few weeks about, really, is that kind of asset maintenance, pipe replacement, things like that. As you say, it's been the way that Ofwat has tended to regulate us over the past few years is that we get outcomes that we need to deliver, and then it's for us to decide how do we best deliver those outcomes, and that may be by maintaining our current network, it may be investing in others. So, and there hasn't been as much asset replacement because we've tended to continue with the assets that we've got whilst because of the size of our network and the amount of work that we need to do, we tend to take a risk-based approach to things. So if you've got a water main that has burst once or twice, then we can fix it and continue and prioritize ones that burst more frequently. So it has been that kind of balance between making sure that we are spending customers' money on the highest priority things, which sometimes means continuing to repair assets rather than replacing them, so that we can focus that investment elsewhere. But you're right, there is those local issues that people do pick up on, particularly things like leakage. And so if you look at over the summer during the drought, obviously leakage has been a big focus, because if we're telling people not to use their hose pipes, people are saying, well, what are you doing to address leakage? And we've invested a lot more in leakage this year. Leakage is down about 9% this year. Be down 15% by 2025. Leakage is half what it used to be. And the last time we had the hosepipe ban in '96, leakage is now about half that, and we're continuing to push that down. And so that does involve lots more detection, lots more replacing of pipes. But you're right, those that focus on asset maintenance and asset replacement is something that is going to be really important going forward.
That's good. And obviously, I infer from early discussions you intend to be putting up prices and stuff to pay for other stuff. So obviously, if residents are spending more, they will be expecting a higher quality service too, won't they? So I think that is really important. And we talk about leaks. There's a leak in my ward, which I believe existed for 8 years and still hasn't been fixed. So it is a major issue, just maintaining and fixing the infrastructure, let alone replacing it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. I think only the chair gets the prerogative of being parochial. So if you could join Councillor Bayroom and speak to a few people after the meeting, I think that'd be the best time to go through a few of those issues. Councillor Bayroom, over here, wiggle.
In water clauses from the mid-1980s, but they was into cesspits and things like that. Then in the 1940s and 50s became deep drainage, and then from that it was getting storm overflows then because it was combined sewers. 1964 there was an act to stop the surface water going into the combined sewers. but it still gets its way into the combined source, and that's why you've got the storm overflows. But this, it takes a hell of a lot to do it, to get rid of it, the storm overflows. But that's my understanding of it. But then again, we've sometimes had planning applications where the surface water goes into the storm sewers. Should we stop that as a planning committees? Should we say, no, we don't want that to happen? Because it does happen. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. The priority needs to be kind of keeping surface water out of the sewers. That is the best way of addressing storm overflows is having those separate systems. And that is always the priority, and that there is a hierarchy for planning where surface water should be kept out of those sewers. And I think that the challenge is that we've got to do that going forward, make sure absolutely that there isn't any more surface water going into the sewers. And then you've got to look at how do you start to separate that out. As part of the Environment Act, government did they looked at how much it would cost to separate out the entire sewer network across the whole country, and that's about £600 billion. So it's going to have to be done in a localized way. And if we can do it at the same time as addressing the flood risk and doing the stuff that Lee was talking about in terms of installing SUDs and things like that, that is going to be ultimately the best way to address this, is over time separating it out. Yeah. Yeah.
A way of addressing it.
And government at the moment are also looking at changing in the Flood and Water Management Act, there was an end to the automatic right to connect that has never been implemented. So that removes the automatic right for developers to connect into our network. And as part of the work they're doing on storm overflows, government is finally looking to implement that, which would mean that developers no longer have to have an automatic right to connect into our network. And that gives us much more control then of what happens. And then that does help.
Well, thank you, Councillor Baring, because that actually leads on. Oh, it leads on to a question of mine, and it really is conflict. And again, it's one of the reasons I'm grateful for you coming to this meeting every year. And it's really about that circulation of information and that squaring of a circle. A lot of members here are on planning committees. In fact, we have the chair of the planning committee sat just there, the chair of the Western area sat just there as well. Well, a lot of times we will say, we have residents say to us, this area floods, here are some pictures of this street 2 feet underwater. And I will then instantly flick through the report to the section from Yorkshire Water that says there's no objection to any developments. How do we square that circle? How do we go back to residents and say there isn't a flood issue when they've shared a photo with us of a flood issue? And I think the chairman of the planning committee might want to comment as well before I pass over to you guys, please.
Yeah, and it's not just as simple as them showing us pictures, but we have had examples where parish councils have done, it's not a freedom of information request, but what the equivalent is to Yorkshire Water. And Yorkshire Waters have had to respond saying that you do accept there are capacity issues, but then yet the response as a statutory consultee at planning, you say there's no issue. So that then ties the committee's hands in terms of sewage and drainage. So it is a major problem. So can you assure us you do look at things robustly?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I would also say that Yorkshire Water isn't a statutory consultee on planning applications. So we don't, we work really well with a lot of the local authorities in the region, but we aren't a statutory consultee. That's, again, something that potentially should be changed in future. But absolutely, we've been doing a lot more work recently on what we call our drainage and wastewater management plan, which is a 25-year plan that looks at population growth, looks at the risk on all of the catchments in Yorkshire. So we've now got data available on all of the catchments and sub-catchments that tells us what the risk is in terms of capacity and population growth, and all of that is publicly available now. So we've got a much better understanding now of where the pressure points are, and it does take a lot of work to really understand and go look at all of those. But we do have a much better understanding now, which will help us to respond more effectively to planning applications.
One of the things that we've done in Hull, and it's the first in the country, I believe, is have a supplementary planning document. So it's an agreed, guidance between the local authority and the water company on what we will accept in terms of runoff rates and SUDs for a new development. So maybe that's something just to have a look at. It's on the website, but it is the start of actually just having a consistent feedback direct to developers, regardless of who they go to, which again can cause some problems at places.
Well, it's interesting to know that you're not a statutory consultancy. Actually, I had always assumed wrongly that you were, but I think it's undeniable that the comments of Yorkshire Water do carry significant weight. And if a decision is made to refuse, and it is done so on flooding grounds, and that goes before the inspectorate as an appeal, and we have effectively actively contradicted the words of Yorkshire Water as a committee, 11 times out of 10, that decision is overturned, and then the applicant is awarded costs. So I don't think we can understate the power or the influence that Yorkshire Water has in deciding if an application can be rejected on flooding grounds. And so I think that the significance of what you say influences dozens, hundreds of decisions a year, much sometimes to the frustration of local residents who are arguing the exact opposite of what it says before us on our papers. And I think Councillor Hammond's nodding along and had his hand up. I think you're about to echo those sentiments, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and just say that, all right, you're not statutory constituency, but you are a constituency and one that this council uses on every application. So you are very heavily weighted, your comments are heavily weighted. And as Councillor Merrish just said, if we as a committee go against you as the experts, we don't stand a chance when it goes to appeal. So your comments are crucial to particularly housing developments in areas where there are flooding concerns.
And Councillor Bayram, who's been on the planning committee since planning began, please.
Or not, it's the relevance of what you're saying is the important thing. And yeah, that's basically, and it's all electronic. So the council can very easily send it electronically to you. So that shouldn't be a problem.
I think efficiency of communication and depth of communication, pardon the accidental water pun there, that wasn't even on purpose. Indeed, Councillor Bayram, I think that this is something that is hugely important and massively significant to residents, and would have been remiss for us not to mention it. Paul, please.
The other thing I was just going to say is generally our approach on planning is not to we will ask for conditions to be put on planning applications in order to give us time to upgrade the network if we need to. So we generally don't take a position that things, very rarely would we ever take a position that something should be refused. We tend to say, you know, we recognise our role in enabling development and making sure that our network is not a reason that development can't happen. So I think we would very rarely ever recommend that something was refused. We would tend to take the approach of saying, we'd recognise that there needs to be investment. There may be a need for phasing of development to allow us to deliver that, but very rarely would we ever say that something should be refused.
I think therein lies the conflict, where residents will say that not only should something be refused, so should the last three things have been, and there will always be infinite wants, finite resources. That's very much been a theme of this meeting. And I think it's trying to find a balance there so that we can properly represent people as they would like us to, in a way where our hands aren't tied. And on that note, I'd like to hand over to the Executive Director of Planning, who I'm sure has had a tingle up his spine for the last 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of comments. We do ask Yorkshire Water for their views on planning applications on a very, very regular basis. Every strategic application they receive for comments, most of the applications that end up on Eastern or Western they receive for comments. Even if members were minded not to take into account the comments from Yorkshire Water, officers would press members fairly firmly that you should take them into account, because they may not be a statutory consultee, but they are a very significant consultee with very significant amounts of knowledge in relation to water, drainage, etc. The idea that you could consult Yorkshire Water on every planning decision we take is an interesting one, because we actually take 6,000 planning related decisions a year, and we are one authority out of 20 plus planning authorities in the Yorkshire Water area. So you do have to have a balance there. So if somebody's got a loft conversion or they're putting a new brick wall up around their garden, we would not be sending that to Yorkshire Water asking for their comments. So the views are really, really important. And I must admit, I can't remember the last time concerns were raised by Yorkshire Water that the relevant planning committee didn't actually act on and put a condition in or ask for clarification or a site visit or whatever.
I think the issue, if I may, Mr. Menzies, is that the concerns are raised by the planning committee, but they are not mirrored in the comments of Yorkshire Water, and so the concerns have no basis to be used for a reasonable or valid objection. And I think that's the problem. It's not that Yorkshire Water don't do a very good job when they do get consulted and when there are significant schemes put forward. I think it's when there is local knowledge, parish councils, residents, history, examples, photographs of flooding incidents, and then we go, well, we'll object on those because that's a reasonable reason to refuse this application. Let's see what Yorkshire Water say and how much they support us. Oh no, they don't. Oh well, and that reason to object, then again, pardon the pun, is sunk. And I think that's something that I would like to see a recommendation from this committee to see addressed in some way, shape, or form, just to make my life on the planning committee for one a little bit easier for the next year or so.
I think
Well, luckily we have members from the Environment Agency here who I'm hoping we're keeping entertained and they're nibbling away on popcorn. We have Yorkshire Water staff here. I think Councillor Hammond, Councillor Bear and myself, we've made it perfectly clear that we do have some causes for concern in this arena, and Alan as well is probably painfully aware with the amount of times I've ranted to him about this. So I think we can move on from this particular topic now. And if we can move, actually, I'm guessing back to a previous issue about, I think it was leaking pipes. And I believe that's probably what Councillor Gill's about to ask on next.
I know, thank you, yeah.
I thought I'd get to you 10 minutes quicker than I did. Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry. No, a couple of things have been covered, what I've got on my list, but I still want some clarification on a couple of things. The leaking, as Councillor Hammond kindly mentioned earlier, is there and you're obviously planning to try and always improve these things, but currently is there a target, and are you meeting that current target to tend to leaks?
Yes, we get set a target as part of the business planning process that I talked about before. We have a target set by Ofwat for how much for our leakage that reduces every year, and we're currently beating that target. We're quite ahead of that this year, actually. Quite a lot of work this year, so we are on target. So there's targets for both the amount of leakage and also the percentage reduction that you deliver in year. So we're meeting both of those targets.
Yes, yeah. It's just I can only refer to a particular leak that was leaking for 6 weeks in one of our town's roads, and it's an awful long time. All this water going down the drain, and then a couple of months after, we're into a hosepipe ban. So as we're all, it's been covered, but I thought I can't let this go by. But I was wondering, whether are you meeting those targets? And that particular example doesn't give me a lot of confidence, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, so you're right, and it's things like that that kind of undermine what we do. I think we accept that, but then a bit like the East Riding in terms of where you prioritise the focus on which leak that you go to first. We've got 60,000 kilometres of network.
Mm.
Yeah. So if you put it end to end, I think it can go around the world. So it's huge in terms of what we try to manage. So but you're right. It's where we focus that attention. But things like that are not great in terms of reputation, what that looks like and what it feels like. And I can see why that would maybe make you question whether we're hitting targets or not, but we absolutely are, and hopefully we'll get to those smaller ones quicker in the future once we resolve the bigger stuff that we need to do.
Yeah, okay. And I just had another.
I was going to say, Councillor Gee, you said there was a couple of things you wanted clarity on, but Councillor Walker has a wiggle, I think.
Oh, is that a wiggle?
Oh, is there another question on that case? Then please, Councillor Gill, continue.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it was about the storm overflow target thing. I think you mentioned earlier, and I just need some clarification, but you mentioned you were somewhere like 30 a year. Is that a year, is it? And is that across the whole of Yorkshire, or is that per actual problem area?
So that's an average from each storm. So we've got about 2,200 storm overflows across the region. So they each on average would spill 30 times a year. There are some that don't ever spill, and there are some that spill more than that, but on average it's about 30 times a year if you average it across the whole region.
Yeah, that's okay. It sort of floated past me, and I'm thinking, well, that seems an awfully small number, but I'm sure you wish it was that, but I just wanted some clarification, if that's okay. But my other two questions were covered, but Yeah,
I think finding out there's 40,000 spills a year is probably a bit of a headline figure there, Councillor
it
Gill.
is.
So thank you for exploring that in more detail.
it's, I just wanted to, it's pretty horrendous when you think about it, isn't it? It's horrendous.
I think that's why, as I phrased it earlier, it's an accepted practice, especially from an engineering point of view, but this is an unacceptable behaviour. And I think 2050 can't come soon enough. And probably one of our recommendations should be to encourage that work to be done as soon as is possible, rather than by a specific target date. Rome wasn't built in a day, but the sooner the better, I think, would be the ethos there. And if I could just hand over to Councillor Temple, then please, as a wiggle, I think.
Thank you. Is there somewhere we can find this data? Is it on your website, for instance?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So we publish it annually on the website. So we've got either, if you want to dig through a massive spreadsheet, you can do that, or there is a map which shows each storm overflow, tells you how it's performed this year, last year, and that is all available on our website.
Thank you. So the next questions on my list then was, if yours wasn't a wiggle, Councillor Walker, can I add you to the list then, please? So it was Councillor Cultish next, then Councillor West.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a comment really to give Yorkshire Water credit in terms of leaks. There was one recently in my ward, which is a major town in the East Riding. It was fixed virtually overnight. It happened at sort of say 5 p.m. one evening, and it was fixed by the next morning. So credit given where credit due there. Firstly, just to join in thanks with Councillor Burton and Councillor Temple. Partners have expressed their commitment to partnership working, and I think it's a real backing of that commitment by coming today. So I'd like to thank you for your attendance. My question is, with regards to the hosepipe ban, some people, a lot of residents pay the higher fixed rate for virtually an unlimited supply, and they haven't had that service. So will you consider a reimbursement or a reduced rate next year to compensate for that reduced service while the hosepipe ban was on?
The way that we have we have set levels of service that we need to provide, and that we have within that a hosepipe ban is in one in every 25 years is part of that level of service. So when you pay your bill, even if you pay on the unlimited kind of usage, there is a recognition within that there could be a hosepipe ban within one in every 25 years. It's obviously just over 25 years since the last one. So currently as we're meeting that level of service, there wouldn't be an impact on bills next year as a result of that.
Let's hope that we don't have another hosepipe ban then until 2047. Thank you very much, Councillor Cultish. Councillor West, please. And I know your hand's been up a long time. I think we might be going back to blue flag conversations.
Not quite as far as that. I just wanted a bit of clarity. When we talked about 1% improvement in organic matter would hold 200,000 tonnes of water, is that right? Or 200 tonnes of water?
2,000 tonnes.
2,000 tonnes, sorry, right.
2,000 tonnes.
I missed a note off there. Just over what area of land is that? Would you know that? I assume it's to do with the 40 farmers that contracted to Birdseye. Would you know the acreage of that?
Do you know what? Off the top of my head, I'm afraid I don't,
that's
but
fine.
we'll certainly come back to you on that. Yep.
I would just add my comments as well with Councillor Cultish that we had a stop tap that stopped working in front of my house on Friday night, and they mended it by Saturday morning. I didn't even know it was leaking.
Thank you very much, Councillor West. So, Councillor Walker, you wanted to come back in, and Councillor Temple, you did say at the very beginning you may have more questions. Have they been covered? Thank you. So, Councillor Walker, then a couple from myself, and we'll only be 40 minutes behind schedule, which is probably
Very
a
briefly
record.
then, Chair, I was just wondering, could we have confirmation of the link? I was very interested in your proxy sign up to the help that's available. If that can be done by other organisations, maybe, I don't know, Smile or Irvas or Hinge Centre, if people can do that as a proxy, is that on your website, or is it just a link to Rob or something like that?
I can send some information. Sorry, I can send some information. What we do is we offer training to organisations to do it on our behalf for us. So there's a process to go through. But if there are organisations who you think could do that and who we could work with, I'll send some information through to Rob, and then if you could pass any information to us of any organisations that could do that, then we'll be in touch with them and we can offer them the training.
That's super. There's an awful lot of non-digital residents still. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my last three questions as brief as I can then. We've talked already today about the high water table. Polyfelt piping is being used to effectively waterproof sewers and stop the ingress so they're not over capacity in the middle of summer when there's no rainfall. Is polyfelt piping quite a cost-effective method of doing this? And are there plans to really roll that out across what I imagine is quite a large area that's affected by porous piping? And if so, what percentage of the network?
Yes, we are doing lots of lining of pipes and using that to help stop infiltration. It is an issue that we do have. I don't know the exact percentage of the network that we're looking to do that on, but I can see if I can find that out for you.
Thank you. I'm thinking that I know 1,000 meters has been done in my ward of a 20-mile sewer, and I'm just wondering how impactful that will be. Is that a drop in the ocean, or is that the lowest point on the network? In a sense, why is it only that much? What's the limiting factor? And in an ideal world, if resource were no issue, how much would you feel you need to do?
Yeah, so it's based on a case by case basis when we go out and do the CCTV surveys, and that provides us with the information that informs us about the size or the length that we need to do in essence. But of course, we're finding new innovations all the time that we're trying out, and that one is in particular is working well. So yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear it. Next, then, I'd ask how you propose to address medium-sized issues. You've actually had some glowing testimony regarding keeping the wheels on the bus and some of the smaller scale issues. We've seen some fantastic work done at the Withensea sewage treatment works. I believe 11 million was spent there, and it's brilliant. We had a tour as a committee around there. No smell, no visual amenity impact. Really, really, really good to see. And I'm very grateful that this committee was afforded the opportunity to go there. But what I have found from personal experience is that area engineers have a £10,000 cap on what they can spend. And there are a lot of issues that fall just above that limit in terms of cost to rectify, but forgive my expression, aren't sexy enough to really warrant any real attention. I've been a councillor for over 7 years now, and there's an issue in my ward that's been in existence for more than double that. And it just doesn't have a plan in place yet to fix it, let alone a timescale or a budget attached. So this squeezed middle, if it were, these issues that do sit not at the easy end and not at the large scale end, how do you propose to sort of give them a higher priority or get them addressed more promptly or more properly, please?
I'll start. So, and I'm assuming most of those are in relation to flood related issues. So
some of them are because there is a sewer pipe across a beck, for example, that actually ends up acting as a dam, as a stopping point, and there is build up there. And if the sewer pipe was moved, the issue would be removed.
Yeah.
Others are small pumps, for example, at Ellicott sewage treatment works.
Yeah.
Others is simply effectively riparian work and cleaning dikes and ditches.
Yeah.
And it is that mundane, that not sexy or headline grabbing work, but it is what keeps the system working.
No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I mean, the whole purpose of of my team being set up a few years ago was to do that, looking into the smaller villages or the smaller towns in order to do that multi-agency work and to resolve those matters collectively. So what I would say is that there is an absolute focus on it. We do have to prioritise where we go at the moment. Are we looking to expand that team? Not immediately, but actually, I think through working with Living with Water, we've started to show how useful that is in terms of that partnership working. So I don't have the answer right now, but I absolutely acknowledge that we've got lots of individual, sort of more localized issues that need some multi-agency type working as well. So yeah, and our commitment to resolving those issues is absolutely there. But I understand that sometimes it requires quite a significant amount of patience, and that's difficult for residents as well.
I'm glad to hear your commitment. Thank you. I'd very strongly suggest, request and beg that you do put me on your speed dial there and keep me updated of any progress in that arena. And I'm glad you mentioned multi-agency work, because that does bring me on to my last question. Right at the beginning, it was interesting to hear how all water's viewed as one right across the business, no matter the source. How does that come out at the other end of the system, i.e. how is the work you do with developers, with this authority, with the Environment Agency, with internal drainage boards, with local flood groups? How is that all tied together? And who is ultimately responsible for that level of engagement and for customer services? Specifically, who do I as a councillor, even as a rate-paying resident, go to if I have an issue and I want to see some joined-up work or thinking, or want to contribute to it?
Well, if you look at the Floods and Water Management Act, which is I guess the legal piece of writing that you would refer to in black and white, that would obviously be the lead local flood authority. Yeah, and the idea then is that they will pull together the multi-agency group to then create that plan, in essence. Having said that, when you start to look at the issues or the risks that are involved, sometimes they are much more, might be 100% Yorkshire Water to resolve. Yeah, or they may be 50% EA, 50% Yorkshire Water. So in which case, if it was much more of a Yorkshire Water owned problem, then my view would be that going forwards, once the lead local flood, that's really hard to say, the lead local flood authority has started that process. It could be thereafter that the communication link is straight into Yorkshire Water. And we do have people that case manage those issues as well to put you in touch with. So we should be able to do that if we need to.
Thank you. Well, I think Steve's presenting to this committee next. We've got Ben as well. I think you've just been volunteered there, so I'd probably better give you the right of reply.
Yeah, just on that point, I'd always encourage you to come to myself or Steve's team, and we can always help you devolve whose responsibility it might be, or again, encourage that partnership working. I think the likes of the Living with Water Partnership have really opened our eyes across different organisations into what we can do together. And some of the issues that have been mentioned, there's already talks between officers and engineers about how we can address them in the future. And I think there's lots of changes coming to the way these guys are funded and the new business plan. I think there's more opportunities for us to work towards those multi-benefit schemes and doing that across the East Riding, not just in Halton Price.
Thank you very much, Ben. Lee, please, back to you.
So Ben picked up a really good point there. That's why multi-agency working is so important, because he reminded me, in terms of Yorkshire Water's business plan, we are trying to look to encourage more and more partnership type investment in that business plan. So any support that the committee can give us going forwards in terms of backing us to do that work more often. So a letter of support, for example, would always be very welcomed and useful as evidence to present to Ofwat.
Well, one of the things I often say to officers when they come to this committee is that this is the chance to not only explore some of the issues you're facing, to sort of laud some of your triumphs, but also to cheerlead. We have the Deputy Chief Executive, the portfolio holder, a whole host of people whose literal job description is public servants, all the experts sat at the back there who deal with this day in, day out and are paid as professionals to be exactly that, professional. So if you have an issue, this is the room full of people to speak to about it. Many hands, light work. And one of the things that I think we should be commending in our recommendations and advocating for is more multi-agency work, more cross-contamination. I understand at the moment the meetings are held every 3 months. I wouldn't like to put a number on what I think it should be, but I would like to see it done as much as is possible, or for strength of communication to illustrate there's not a need for more meetings and that bureaucracy doesn't need to get in the way because it's working, but it's something I'd like to see at least examined. And I'd already forewarned Steve I'd be volunteering him for more work before this meeting, so I think you guys can discuss that further afterwards when we don't need to hold up anybody anymore. So I'll finish off then by saying to everybody, thank you very much. Martin and Claire, I don't know if there's anything that you'd like to conclude, sum up, contribute, or if you're happy with what you've heard and think we've actually performed some effective scrutiny.
No, I think that's been excellent, and thank you for the opportunity to both attend and to dial in. That's really grateful. I think I've picked up an action there to touch base with Councillor Barham around groundwater and chalk, which I'll pick up through correspondence with our groundwater team.
That would be great. Thank you. I'm not sure who will be the expert in that conversation, but I'm sure it'll be an interesting one. So thank you very much for that. And as I say, thank you all for coming. This wouldn't work if we weren't all here, because quite frankly, that person would get blamed by everybody else and it'd be their own fault for not turning up. And that should be enough motivation to make sure we see you all next year. So thank you very much, everybody. Now, it has been an hour and 50 minutes straight. I think we should do recommendations, and then I will ask if people would like a break at this point, or if we'll try to get to the halfway point of our agenda before we give up for a rest. Recommendations wise, then, everybody, the first one is that the subcommittee thank the representatives from Yorkshire Water and the Environment Agency for attending the meeting. I think we could all agree to that, and I'd like to add again a personal thank you for our tour of the sewage treatment works in Withensea. That was very generous, very well run. The two engineers there really knew their stuff, answered all the questions. So if you could pass on our thanks as well again, that was brilliant. Thank you. The second recommendation I have slightly reworded from the order sheet for the day, members, and that is that the subcommittee appreciate the challenges in the East Riding, but request more and further engagement to improve progress and service delivery on priorities. And I've slightly tweaked that based on the comments of Councillor Walker earlier, the issues with Bridlington, the transparency, the data that Councillor Temple mentioned. And if we're all happy with the way I phrased that and Rob caught it, I think that's probably a fair reflection, and it will allow me now to go to Councillor Walker, who I believe had a recommendation you wanted to put forward.
You've just done it there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Great minds think alike, Councillor Walker, and fools never differ. Let's let others decide which category we fall into. Councillor Gill, please.
Sorry, just to clarify, that's more engagement with members?
I would say that's across the board, Councillor Gill, with members, with officers, with the Environment Agency. Every Hollywood film that has explosions and Bruce Willis in would be over in 15 minutes with no drama if people communicated. I think that's what we're after. So then we can move on to our next recommendation, and that is that we support investments in removing storm overflows and reducing pollution incidents, and that we ask for that to be done as quickly as is humanly possible, not by a target date, but by what resources will allow, i.e. as fast as you can. And I think Rob will turn that into coherent English for us. The next one will be that we commend the efforts to reduce the financial burden and encourage the promotion of schemes to ensure maximum awareness and take-up. And that was mentioned earlier. I think that's a brilliant scheme, and the impact, especially in the cost of living crisis, really, really good to hear about. Got to balance the need for intake of money for investment, and we know the pressures on maintenance, but that is still something we should be endorsing. And similarly, I think we should also, as a committee, endorse a move towards natural flood management and more environmentally and ecologically conscious and friendly methods of moving, storing water and preventing flooding. Is there anything any members of the committee would like to see specifically referenced? We could have another 20 recommendations. We could talk about planning, about pollution, but I think anybody who hasn't seen that covered in this meeting can watch it to the heart's content on YouTube. So I don't think we need to go into that level of detail here. No trouble at all, Councillor Redmond. Councillor Walker, please.
I would just like to be specific on the extraordinary Bridlington South issue for particular engagement and data sharing and invitations that were alluded to. If we could follow those up, we'll definitely take them up. Thank you.
Well, perhaps a separate recommendation then, Councillor Walker, that is something along the lines of that a liaison committee be established or set up or looked into, and that can involve all partners. And that I'd suggest that probably involves some tourism businesses as well, because it will need local residents, business owners. East Riding is the lead local flood authority, Yorkshire Water, the Environment Agency, council officers. And I believe a liaison committee may be the best venue forum for that sort of work. And a recommendation, Rob, could be that the viability of one is explored.
Indeed, Chair, it's important that the information that's circulating in the community is correct. And that's the
and up to date.
Yes, thank you.
And that there is a two-way communication path there. It shouldn't just be information circulating, but it should be concern sharing as well. So I think, Rob, you'd be more than capable of turning that into English. And while Councillor Bayham's chatting with some people, I'll chat with you and we'll phrase that. But if you're happy with the ethos there, that's everything then. Thank you very much, everybody. Now, I will ask the Environment Agency members, Yorkshire Water, you're more than welcome to stay. Obviously, this is our water meeting, so I would hope that it would at least be of interest to you, but I can understand you're all busy people. If you do need to go, it will be available on YouTube and you can watch it later when you're trying to get to sleep. That you'd be more than welcome to. If you've not guessed, I like this to be a conversation rather than a sort of clinical. So would members like a quick coffee and comfort break now, or would you like to plough on? If we can all just give it 3 minutes to top up our coffees. I ask that we move towards getting started again, please? I'd like to commend Rob on trying to create a schedule for today's meeting, with a lot of it being unknown beforehand, and apologise for already flushing that down the toilet. So thank you, Rob, and apologies. With that in mind, we are quite behind and everyone's got other responsibilities and jobs to do today. So if we can move swiftly on, please. Our next agenda item is agenda item 4, flood and coastal erosion risk management strategy update. And we have a whole host of officers in front of us: Claire, Adam, Ben, Steve, Rich. So over to you guys, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Is that ready to go, Rob? Yeah. Excellent. So yeah, thanks for having us. I'll move swiftly on and try to get through this as quick as possible for all our sake. So if you move to the next slide, Rob. I'll just take you through the report as you've probably already read in the same order there. So this is what we've done so far, our flood and coastal erosion risk management program, and this was the first of the cycle, 2015 to 2021. As you can see, £90 million of investment on there. It was the largest investment by any local authority in the country in terms of flood and coastal risk management. So we were pretty pleased with that. Lots was done on all different sources of risk. You can see in the top left there, we've got Wadfast, we've got our, Cockfast Lagoon on the edge of Orchard Park. We've got a Paul Wall there, the tidal wall over at Paul, the glass wall in the centre of the screen, all the way through to the bottom two pictures. You've got Pockfast there over in Pockington. That was a £5 million scheme where we got some partnership funding from a development over there. And on the bottom right picture there, we have our Anlaby and East Ella flood alleviation scheme, and that's the Sydney Smith Lagoon. So lots going on, but not just the sizable investments. We've also maintained our assets. We've completed more than 140 projects in that time. And you can move us on, Rob. So how do we do that? You've probably seen this pie chart before. Most of it was from Flood Defence Grant and Aid. So that's the national funding source for flood and coastal erosion risk management. We're successful in bringing in £54 million of it over that 6 years. And we supplemented that with significant partnership investment from European funding through to local growth funding from both Humber and North York, East Riding left. That one's a bit more challenging to say, but we managed to get local growth fund from both of those. There's a couple of other contributors on there. Local levy is something that we can get from the Regional Flood and Coastal Committee that Councillor Matthews sits on. And we've also got some private contribution there of £3 million, and that's the developer contribution that we mentioned earlier. The further £5 million of other there, some of that's council. In fact, most of that will be council funding along with a few others. As you can see, 25,000 properties were at reduced risk due to our scheme, and over 1,000 businesses. And that was 8% of the whole national outcome target, which was a considerable amount. And you can move us on again, Rob. So just to take you through some of those different funders and consider how we managed to get those in. On the right-hand side, I've just populated it with a few arrows there. And that's how we get schemes on the line and bring them forward through to delivery. So there's a certain amount of information that we need to prepare at each of those points. We have to get quite a considerable amount of data in, even just to get program lines entered, and that's getting a scheme on the national program with the Environment Agency. We then have to do a considerable amount of pre-feasibility work with Steve and the team, looking at what data we can gather and investigating particular assets and the risk itself, all the way through to formal studies that we get funded externally, the business case development that we do with Steve's team, and also bring some specialist consultants on board, through to delivering the works led by ourselves and completing those projects. A whole load of work is needed to be done as part of that. Unfortunately, many of the funding streams that you see on there are not going to be available this time around, and therefore most of the funding that we're going to have to go for is that national grant, supplemented by new funds that we can find. And you can move us on, Rob. So moving on to now and what we're intending to do. So we started 15 feasibility studies through 2019 and 2020, and they've led to the program that we now have in place, the capital program, that is. There is a limitation to the amount of benefits available in the East Riding due to the rural nature of the area, and also the fact that we've done some of the lower hanging fruit schemes. Those schemes use the benefits and we're not able to use them again. And unfortunately, that's the national policy on that one. So some of the works of that 15 studies has shown that some of the schemes aren't viable. And I hope we're going to go on to a table where I can show that in a moment. Of the program, yeah, if you just move on, yeah. Of that indicative program that those studies have informed, there's around £50 million of work in the next 6 years, and that work's already started. To deliver that, you'll see there in grey, there's already a funding gap. We expect that to increase as we go through some of the analysis and assessments. But the positive side of it, within the last year alone, we brought in £14 million of external funding to support the work that we're wanting to do. And you can move on. Yeah, thank you. So to give you a bit of detail, these are the schemes that we currently are working on. Some of the very small ones I haven't included. The first 5 there are ones that we have funding secured and approved. That's not just flood defence grant in aid. That includes local levy that we've secured. It includes other department funding that we've secured through working with the agency and other government departments. It includes some Department of Education funding that we've also secured thanks to some work delivering assemblies and workshops in schools as well. Those first 4 schemes are all in the South Holderness area, Burton Pidsey, Preston, Headon and Thorngonbald. They're all now starting detailed design, and we look forward to developing them in the next couple of years. Hornsey Mere, the next one down there, that's a very innovative project of ours. It's the first of its kind, really, where we're delivering both water quality benefits and flood reduction. So it's a £2.7 million, and what we're looking to do there is to install some wetlands on some of the feeder watercourses into the Hornsey Mere. And the outputs of that we were able to show using the evidence allowed us to get some environmental funding from the Environment Agency as well. So really excited about that one. Next one down is Bilton. I've put £8.2 million. It's a sort of an early value forecast. It's also worth noting that we'll only be delivering some of that work because we're working collaboratively with the Environment Agency, yes, in terms of funding, but most of all with the Living with Water Yorkshire Water team to deliver both parts of that scheme we mentioned earlier in Lee's presentation. We're currently developing the business case, and we're looking forward to building that funding package with Yorkshire Water early next year. And then there's a few more there, some that you may not have heard of so far, but Market Wheaton, Brough, South Cave, they're all projects that we've been working on for a couple of years. We've been monitoring and the rest. We've been monitoring data. We've been doing all the relevant assessments for granting aid funding. We've been doing the relevant appraisal to make sure that they're viable projects as well. They've had their ups and downs. At times, I've not thought we're going to achieve any of those. But at this point in time, we're quite confident that by March time, we'll have positive business cases that we can populate and submit to the Environment Agency for their review. The next one down, Beeford, is one that we started to develop. And again, this goes back to the partnership working, is that we started to develop that scheme in Beeford. And then we had the Old Howe incident in the River Hull. So there was a breach incident on the sort of upper River Hull area. And the Environment Agency wanted to start their own study. So what we're doing at the moment is gathering information on the Environment Agency side, and we're going to look to sort of recommence our Beeford study following that sort of strategic assessment that they're doing. And then on to the final 5. So lots of positivity above. There are schemes that we simply can't take forward due to funding viability. And just to touch on a couple of them, Leven, for example, because of the way the partnership funding policy works, we're unable to attract grant and aid funding because of the standard of protection that's already offered there. Hesselfleet Drain, we did some initial assessment using some external funding, and unfortunately the risk itself is so heavily reliant on Yorkshire Water that we're now going to take that forward a different study in partnership with them. looking at a more catchment-based approach. Molescroft, we've done a sizable feasibility study over the last year or so, ultimately determining that the best course of action is actually to make a minor change to an East Riding asset. So it's not going to be a multi-million-pound scheme. It's going to be how much? About £50 to change an orifice plate on an existing asset. And what we found is we can store water behind that bund in a more effective manner. So it may not be a sexy new scheme, but it will reduce risk in that sense. And then finally, I'll touch on Carnaby and Cherry Burton. So Carnaby, we identified during those initial studies there was a considerable risk to an industrial estate. And we do, where the risk is present, want to also achieve some reduction to businesses too. We've done the analysis to show that a large capital investment isn't viable without funding support. But what we are doing is taking forward a project with the University of Hull to look at resilience within those businesses themselves and hoping that they can provide some resilience grants to those businesses directly. And finally, Cherry Burton, the Meadows. So we did a Cherry Burton study to model the whole of Cherry Burton and its drainage and water management. And we ultimately determined on that one that the village size scheme wasn't viable for investment. But what we could do was look again at our own assets. And we have a bund to the north of Cherry Burton, which protects properties. And we found that with this new information, we can make some changes to the height and the feeder ditch. Is it a feeder ditch?
Yeah, it's a bund basically that was built a number of years ago to protect properties on Canada Drive. And we've proved that if it was a bit higher, it would offer a higher level of protection. So that's pretty much what we're planning on doing. But it's not just a case of increasing the level of a bund. It's an engineered solution. It's clay. There are other features. So yeah, we're increasing the level of a bund basically. I've got a photograph of it in part of my presentation later.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, so we showed our flexibility there. We were going to use consultants to do the business case as part of a larger village scheme, but ultimately we brought that in-house, did a smaller business case in order to achieve the betterment of our own asset. If we can move forward, please, Rob. So where are these things happening? The answer is all over. You can see the green blobs in that South Holderness area, east of Hull, east of Hull there. That's the large schemes that I've been talking about in Burton, Pidsey, Heddon, Thongambald and beyond. But there are works that we are planning all over the shop. You can see in the very west of our area, we have planned investment in Snaith, an old ghoul and swine fleet there. They're all areas that will do the investigations looking to mitigate the risk that we found there. Elsewhere, Steve's team have also undertaken a couple of smaller schemes, I think, and are planning to undertake a couple of smaller schemes that aren't on that previous table. Up at Driffield there, you can see Kellythorpe. There's an orange bob for a feasibility study. I've just had the draft business case returned to me for formal submission. So that one will be going in shortly for a small groundwater scheme. And there is another one at North Cave, where we've just had feedback that our funding has been approved for about £100,000 of funding to do some minor works there. But on top of that, we are also tomorrow taking a local levy funding bid to the RSCC in order to get some natural flood management funding. And what we'd like to do is do our first small pilot exemplar flood risk management project in that North Cave catchment. And you can move us on again. So all that's happening, but there is more. So we also have a £500,000 local resilience programme that we are on with. We're currently in the first year of 2 years on this one. And this is for those really small localised problems which we hear from residents, businesses and yourselves. And these are the ones that really go down well with the local community. They're not fundable by large capital funds that I've just mentioned. They don't warrant the big feasibility studies that we've just been talking about, but equally they're really appreciated by residents. And Steve will perhaps touch on some of these smaller works that he's doing. But as you can see, there's quite a large geographical spread on where we're taking those forward. Next, please. Sorry. And then capital investments are well and great, but we need to look after it. So we have two streams of maintaining our assets. On the coastal front, we look after all of our infrastructure with around a £300,000 budget. On the flood side, it's a little bit more. Both of those are under increasing pressure due to both climate change, further use of infrastructure, and also the new infrastructure that we're bringing on board as well. So it's worth being aware of that one. Next, Rob. So on to some of the partnership work that I've mentioned in the report. So the Suds in Schools project has been going on for the last year. We started this thanks to a funding call that the DFE put out. We were able to act swiftly and put in an application for around 10 possible schools that we wanted to improve flood resilience at. It's not just about reducing the flood risk to the school, it's about increasing capacity elsewhere in the system, but also there's amenity, biodiversity and educational benefits that can be had by working in schools and having showcase infrastructure. And you can move us on. So we've agreed funding packages now for 3 of those schemes. Steve's team have been working on designs for about the last 6 months, and also working to bring the schools on board and ensure that they're happy with those designs. There's been quite a few iterations of a few of them. There's 3 schools, I think there's one in Gore, one in Driffield, and Market Reeton School as well, which is the image that I've put in front of you. I think that's a courtyard between their canteen and some of their classrooms, which they want to deck out with planters. We've got some permeable footway. We've got some bioretention type areas as well. So taking that roof water, putting them through our systems and reducing the impact on the capacity, or improving capacity. Onto Holderness Drain for alleviation schemes. This is a large scheme that's been led by the Environment Agency. It involves 3 parts: the East Hull pumping station, which is well underway and hoping to be complete by summer 2023. That's a huge pumping station that pumps all the way up the Holderness Drain and takes a lot of flows from the likes of Ticton, Leven area, as well as down towards Hull. So we need it in East Riding, even though it's in Hull itself. The Castle Hill development. So we're looking to do a flood storage area, which we bought the land with Hull City Council in order to facilitate this project going ahead. So we brought in local growth fund, about £2.5 million worth of local growth fund. And then we bought those areas of land which are up for sale. And that has facilitated and enabled that project to go ahead, which otherwise wouldn't be fundable. And finally, I think there's Great Culvert pumping station. So further up the Holderness Drain is a second pumping station. We are encouraging the Environment Agency to refurbish that at the earliest possible date. And we're going to work with them on the appraisal of that particular pumping station in order to bring in some external funding. And the next one. Over to the Living with Water partnership then. So Lee's stolen my thunder here, really. But yeah, but ultimately we are looking to improve flood resilience in the Hull and Halton Price area as a priority, and that's mainly for some of the reasons that Lee said. It's a very complex system, and it all ends up in the sewers. In fact, it all ends at one single pumping station, most of it. We're looking to do capital investment across the area. I think at the moment there's £23 million worth of Yorkshire Water investment towards that, but we're going to work to bring in some additional grant and aid funding as well as local levy to support that on the East Riding projects. And the first of those is built in. But it's not just the capital investment that we're looking at as part of the partnership. It's also the engagement aspect, and also the development of a blue-green plan. If you can move to the next slide, please. So something that we've been working on for the last year is developing a blue-green plan for Hull and Halton Price. And this is ultimately to inform future investment from all authorities, but primarily Yorkshire Water, in order to improve resilience across the city, but also capture those additional benefits that we can have across other sectors, whether it's environment, whether it's transport, etc. And it'll involve corridors of possible blue-green infrastructure. It'll also possibly involve major works and new pumping stations as well. That development continues. We're hoping to get a vision document prepared in the next few months that we can start to share externally. And finally, that communication piece that I mentioned. So ensuring that communities and people and businesses themselves can be resilient to flooding. They can not only reduce the impact of flooding to them, but possibly use the likes of property level flood protection and resistant measures to stop those floods coming into properties. So what are we doing? We've done a bunch of school workshops with East Riding schools as well as Hull schools. We've done visits and engagement work, the likes of Driffield Show. We've also been doing over a couple of years now council tax inserts and also providing information via social media. But we are continuing that effort, despite the fact it's very resource intensive and it is a challenge to do. You can move this on, Rob. And the Humber 2100 Plus, so you've heard about this over a number of years. It is continuing, and this is the partnership strategy to manage the risk over the next 100 years. The step one is all about understanding the baseline risk to the whole area, to the whole of the Humber Basin. And then we'll continue into further stages where we're looking at possible measures that we can take, a whole range of measures. Key stat at the bottom there, we could see between 1 and 1.3 meters of sea level rise up to 2100, which obviously impacts the majority of the defences across the Humber and challenges the view that we need to do things slightly differently. We can't just keep building those walls higher and higher, and we're going to have to look for areas to move water, store water across the Humber as well. And next slide, Rob. And that's a continuation of that. The key comment at the bottom there is that we've started a winter engagement and communications campaign working with the Humber team. Information has started to move out to elected members. Hopefully you've seen some of that come through, as well as down to parish and community level engagement as well. So we've continued to improve resilience to communities through our capital and revenue works. We want to continue to deliver that supercharging of engagement across the whole area, particularly with climate change. We want to make sure our communities are resilient to it and are aware of what's going on as well. Partnerships, we've heard lots about partnerships already at this meeting. They'll be vital and key to continuing what we want to do and being successful with our projects and initiatives. But we've shown that we're well positioned to act on any new funding opportunities or even technical or strategic opportunities that come about through working with others too. Comment at the bottom, our investments are going to be smaller. We're not going to have the 20+ million pound projects that we saw in the previous cycle, and I've explained some of the reasons for that. But we will continue to need external and partnership funding to deliver these schemes. And I normally finish on challenges. Is that right? Rob? Excellent. So there are challenges to the work that we do. Funding challenges to refurbish aging assets across all RMAs is a big one in this area. We have problems in the River Hull catchment where the aging EA asset stock needs high levels of refurbishment. In that particular area, I think £50 million of work is required, and only £3 million is available through grant and aid funding. And we're starting to communicate that message with the EA at the moment. Continued revenue pressures that we've already touched on. There's a considerable resource impact of the work that we are doing in this 6-year programme. Whilst they are smaller schemes, there are more of them, and that's causing us challenges with project management and having the resource there to deliver it. Communication and engagement, we've mentioned a couple of times, will be challenging on a resilience basis and providing those resilience and awareness campaigns, but also on a project by project basis for some of the work that we want to do, which is possibly more disruptive than previous. And finally, there's the expectation that the work that we're doing and other agencies are doing removes all sources of risk. And we really need to continue communicating the fact that that doesn't, and the risks still exist across the East Riding. And of course, in some instances are increasing with climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. We're handing straight over to you now, Steve, to carry on, or?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm guessing Adam and Claire, I don't know if you've got any presentations you'd like to bring afterwards, or are you just here to make sure we don't pressure Steve and Ben into spending all your money? Or see Rich volunteer to build a new aquifer or anything like that?
See what object we get given.
On that note, then over to you, please, Steve.
I'll just wait for the slides. Is that on red?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Steve Chatton, Principal Engineer in the Council's Flood and Coastal Erosion Risk Management team. As Ben said earlier, we've delivered lots and lots of small to medium-sized schemes in the last few years, and we've got more coming in the coming years. But this presentation isn't really about that. This is about our Section 19 flood investigations, how we carry them out, and just give some details of some of the positive outcomes from our recommendations. If you could move on, please, Rob. So Section 19 of the Flood and Water Management Act, it assigns responsibility to the lead local flood authority, which is us, to investigate flooding events. That's what it says in the Act, and it's quite vague, really, in terms of what's expected of us. All it's really telling us that we should be doing is investigating whether each flood risk management authority performs the relevant functions during an event. We've kind of taken it a little bit further than that, and we start to, our investigations look at cause and effects, looks at the antecedent conditions. There's lots of things we include in our investigations. And one of the key things is we make recommendations for all flood risk management authorities to try and reduce the risk of the same sort of incident happening again in the future. Could you move on, please, Rob? Again, the criteria of carrying out an investigation or the trigger points in the Act is quite vague. So we've come up with our own criteria, which is set out there, and that's in the, I think that's set out in the flood risk strategy. Generally, our key trigger would be properties affected by flooding. Usually, that's why we would investigate a flooding event if properties have been affected or flooded. But all of those other points are considered. Ultimately, it's a director's decision whether an investigation takes place. Could you move on, please, Rob? It flicked through a bit quick, that. So up to now, we started doing these investigations in about I think the first one we did was 2011 for Cottingham, I think the first one we did. And we've investigated 19 flooding events since then. All the reports are published on the council's website. So that there are 19 reports on the website which we've investigated. The last one was the River Aire flooding, Snaith and Cowick, I'm sure you remember, in 2020. But that one's only at an interim stage at the moment. I don't know if you can move on again, Rob could, yeah. So those are some photographs of the River Aire, Snaith and Cowick flooding from 2020. We investigated that flood event as we would do with any other flood event. We looked at what all the different authorities did during the event. We looked at the cause and effect. But there were some suggestions that something that happened outside of the East Riding, i.e. Leeds, contributed towards the flooding. There was a suggestion that Leeds operated their flood defences, which is basically a weir wall upstream of Snaith and Cowick on the River Aire, and it released more water. So we felt it only right that we should investigate those claims. And the only real way to do that is hydraulic modelling. So we decided it would be the only way we could really investigate was to have a hydraulic model of the whole of the River Aire catchment, which is an absolutely huge project. And the Environment Agency, because the River Aire is main river, they decided to take on that project. So they've been developing a hydraulic model of the whole of the River Aire catchment. It's taken a little bit longer than we hoped. There's been quite a few delays because it's such a big model. And we're working with the Environment Agency as independent checks. We're consultees for the process. And once the model's completed, which we're hoping will be early next year, our consultants will take that model and test all different scenarios to see if we can prove or disprove the claims about leads and other things as well. We'll be testing silt levels in the channel. We'll be testing trees on the banks, which there are claims by locals that they restrict the flow in the river. So our consultants will be testing all different scenarios once this model's complete. This is something we've never done before with Section 19 investigations. We've never carried out any hydraulic modelling, but we felt for this particular incident, it was the right thing to do. And once that piece of work's complete, we'll be in a position to complete the investigation and publish the final report, which hopefully it'll be mid to late next year, I would hope, summer, autumn time. If you could move on, please, Rob. So as well as carrying out the investigation, as I said earlier, we make a series of recommendations, and every year we update those recommendations. We contact all the flood risk management authorities and ask for updates. And the intention is that we can close these recommendations off. If we make a recommendation for something and those works are complete, we can close the recommendations off. And that's ultimately the intention, that all risk management authorities tackle all the recommendations that we make, and we get some positive outcomes from them. And that's kind of how I don't know if it's very clear on there, but that's the type of report we do each year, where you can see on the left-hand table, we've got completed, ongoing, quite a number of completed. Those are from the 2019 October-November flooding events, which affected quite lots of areas in the East Riding. If you can move on, please, Rob. Ben mentioned, so looking at positive outcomes from the Section 19 recommendations, Ben mentioned earlier quite a lot of business cases which were submitting and bidding for funding to develop schemes. Some of these were picked up on in Section 19 reports and recommendations. There are a number of schemes on this slide here, which were mentioned in Section 19 investigations and the recommendations. Kellythorpe in Driffield, which Ben mentioned earlier, South Cave, Market Wheaton, and the bund that were raising the levels of on Canada Drive, Cherry Bay. And you can see there that that's a photograph of the bund during a flood event. It's holding up back lots and lots of water and stopping properties from flooding. But as you can see, it's getting pretty close to the top, and there's a low spot just on one of the corners where it just spilled and got into somebody's garden. So we're raising that bund to those works will be done next summer. We've got to work around the farmer who owns the land. He doesn't want us until next summer. So next summer we'll be in there raising the levels of that bund. If you could move on, please, Rob. 2019, this was one of the recommendations in the report. Now, what this is about, in Hornsey, again, Ben mentioned it earlier, there are a lot of watercourses in Hornsey that discharge into Hornsey Mere. When Hornsey Mere reaches a certain level, it tips into Stream Dyke, which is Environment Agency main river. Stream Dyke discharges via a Longsea outfall into the North Sea. When we've got a lot of rain and there's a lot of water coming down Stream Dyke and the tide's high, it gets tide locked and you end up with a situation similar to the one on the bottom left-hand corner, the road floods, basically. Now, although this was a recommendation from the Environment Agency, it could have been for us as well, our road floods, so we needed to do something about it. And what normally happens in that type of situation, either us or the Environment Agency deploy mobile pumps. Again, you can see that in the top middle photograph. but we have to close the road. It causes a lot of disruption. So the recommendation was basically that a pump facility was installed, so that all the pipes are in the ground, so they're buried, so we don't have to close the road when we deploy pumps. We secured some highway funding last year, and they're actually, our contractors are actually on the ground now. They're almost this scheme's almost complete now. So there's hard standings on Stream Dyke. The pipes are in the ground. The couplings are there, ready to connect our pumps to all the Environment Agency's pumps, and we can pump straight over into the sea without any disruption, no road closures. As I said, the bottom right is I think that's coming from Stream Dyke. So that's the pipes going under the ground from Stream Dyke, which our pumps would be connected onto the other end of, and it just tips it into the sea over the flood wall. Next one, Rob. Again, this was another recommendation from the October-November 2019 flood event. It's Grassdale Park in Brough. Quite an unusual situation here. When the houses were built, soakaways were put in the front gardens, and that's not unusual. A lot of new developments nowadays have plot soakaways, and they just take roof water. The unusual thing about this particular site was that the plot soakaways also took road water. In 2019, we had a real wet period, and groundwater levels were really high in a lot of areas in the East Riding. So some areas which we'd not really experienced it before, such as Brough, and the properties on Grassdale Park were getting a lot of water under the floorboards. I don't think they actually flooded above floor level, but there was a suggestion by residents, which probably there's some truth in it, that it was worse because the road water was getting into their soakaways and increasing the depth of flooding under the floors. So we secured some funding to try and take the road water out of the plot soakaways, and we've put it into a new pipe system. So all the gullies now go into a pipe system in the verge on the bottom right-hand photograph, into Station Road and into a surface water culvert, which we know has got capacity to take additional flows. So in theory, we've reduced the risk of the properties on Grassdale Park flooding by taking the road water out of their soakaways. And I think that's the end of my presentation, is it, Rob? I don't think I've got anything else.
Thank you very much, Steve. And I think that's very nicely covered agenda items 4 and 5, unless there's anything further officers would like to say out of those before we open up to questions. Well, thank you very much, Councillor Blair. I've got 3 more before you. I will just use this moment to actually thank you particularly for the Brough one. That was brought to me by a resident as a piece of ward work, and I honestly didn't know how that was going to get resolved. And a few years and a lot of hard work from people far more intelligent than I found a very eloquent solution. I'd only ask that next time if you could relay the pavements as well, 2 birds, 1 stone. In for a penny, in for a pound is all I'll say. But no, honestly, thank you very much. So if we could start the questions, Councillor Coultish, you were first, please. Then I have Hammond, Temple and Bayram.
Thank you, Chairman. The presentation and the capital investments within it is quite east of the county focused, and that's quite right. But for issues in the west and south of the county, like the Goole area, Snaith area, the issue is maintenance. And Andrew Percy MP has been lobbying the Prime Minister and government for a change in how the funding is allocated from government and to allow some flexibility for that capital investment. The government's increasing, I think they're doubling it to 450 billion over the next 5 or 10 years. And Andrew Percy's been campaigning that should be flexible to the area. So if you need that capital investment actually for maintenance rather than capital investment, you can use that money to do that. Would you agree that would be a good policy change for the government to make? And do you welcome the East Riding to join Andrew Percy in lobbying for that change?
Yeah, I'm not sure on the specifics of the proposal, but in terms of maintenance funding, it is a major issue. So in terms of our capital investment, we don't get a penny in terms of maintenance out of central government. So all of that must be found across our council budgets. It's not just ourselves that are struggling. So the EA, and I've mentioned some of the problems they've got in the Riverhull catchment, but that's the case all over. Their main river assets are kilometres long and require quite a considerable amount of attention. And they only have a certain budget regionally, which they have access to. I think anything we can do to support increasing maintenance funding to ourselves and to other risk management authorities from central budgets should be supported.
Could I just add as well, there is a massive maintenance liability. We've got, we've built lots and lots of schemes, we've built lots of reservoirs. We went to owning no reservoirs as a local authority to owning, I think we've got 16 now within, a few years, and they all need maintaining, and particularly with reservoirs, there's a legal duty to maintain reservoirs under the Reservoirs Act. So, we can't not maintain the reservoirs. We've got a legal responsibility to do so. So yeah, I would agree that, maintenance is a key.
Councillor Coultish, before I bring you back in, can I please ask Councillor Matthews to comment?
Yeah, this is a really important issue, and it's discussed at every regional flood and coastal committee I sit on. I sit on the planning and investment subgroup and the main committee. At every meeting, every authority raises this issue. The Environment Agency raises it. We can't spend a local levy on maintenance issues. And as I say, every meeting it's discussed. The chair raises it at a national level with all the other chairs when he meets DEFRA and the Environment Agency. So through the RFCC, we put a lot of pressure on, but if we can put more pressure on here, it would be a good thing. Everybody's up for it.
Councillor Coultish.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I recommend, Chairman, that the council writes to the Prime Minister and joins Andrew Percy MP in lobbying for a change and an increase in. It doesn't necessarily have to be an increase. That's the thing about it. It just needs to be a shift in the way the capital funding is allocated without maintenance budget. The government can spend the same amount on capital investment if they allow some areas to use that instead for maintenance.
I have preemptively drafted a recommendation, Councillor Coultish, and I think adding our voice to that chorus is essential and something that I see nothing but nods in support of. So I think if we can come back to that in the recommendations phase, and we will get the phrasing of that exactly correct and in the strongest way possible to support people. I see Adam and Claire smiling particularly. Any flexibility they have on the purse strings, I'm sure would be very, very welcomed. So was that all your questions, Councillor Coultish? Because Councillor Hammond was next on my list, and I believe also had a wiggle on this. Yeah. So Councillor Hammond, then over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of maintenance funding, I know that the devolved authorities in the UK, one of the powers that mayors have, or one of the funding pots available to mayors, is maintenance funding for highway infrastructure. Are you aware if any of the current mayoral authorities also have maintenance funding for flood risk or flood defences? Or is it something we could look at pushing in our negotiations for a devolution deal?
Claire, over to you, please.
Probably one for me, that one. Yeah, you're correct. So in authorities that have got devolved powers, the devolved authority receives money for highway maintenance, and that's money that they would have received from the Department for Transport. Rather than coming to the local authority, it's gone to that devolved authority instead. Obviously, that is reliant on the maintenance funding being available in the first place, and this is the problem that we have with the flood risk management arena, is that maintenance is simply not available from central government, whether that's coming direct to a local authority or whether that's going to a combined authority. And that's the problem that all risk management authorities are grappling with, is that it's not a case of where the money goes, it's simply a case that the money isn't there. So I'm certainly not aware of any devolved authorities that have received maintenance funding as a benefit of that for flood risk assets. And I don't think that's something that's on the cards for us to negotiate for. It's certainly something we could raise, but I think the chances of us being successful with that are probably fairly slim, which takes us back to the position we find ourselves in, which is that, we have what we have and we are doing our best to stretch that as best we can. But we are now at the point where, as Stephen mentioned, we've got things that we have to spend money on. So our reservoirs, for example, we have a statutory duty to maintain those, and there's a legal obligation to do that. In order for us to meet that, we are going to have to do less on other elements of maintenance on flood risk assets. So things like, clearing out lagoons, and a lot of the more routine work that actually keeps things ticking over is the sort of things that we're going to have to ease off on in future years, which presents risks of its own and actually potentially undermines some of the really good work that the teams have achieved over the last 10 to 15 years with the money that we've had.
And the many, many millions that have been spent, the expertise that's been required to design, to acquire the funding for, to see the construction of, the moving parts that go into the work you do. I mean, I asked Rob to bring a thesaurus so we could find all the different ways to commend what's been done. But actually, what we're discussing here is so important because it's keeping it working. Councillor Hammond, do you have a further point on this issue, or can I bring Councillor Cultish back in?
Just a further comment. Yeah, I think it's really interesting because obviously, to my knowledge, compared to the other already devolved areas, we have far more flood risk and a far larger coastal area than all of them. So it's something that I think we should be looking at, because obviously the government is encouraging us to bring forward our own specific agenda items for devolution. And also in terms of a mayoral deal, as we know from other examples, mayors have a lot of influence with government ministers to push for funding outside of their constituted deal. So I think it's something that we really need to look at in this case because it is so important for our area. That's just my last comment on that topic.
I would ask then that as a committee, we, as I say, add our voice to the chorus and do actually write to both the Prime Minister and the relevant minister. Luckily, we have a climate change minister down the road. And as far as future negotiations with government go, I certainly hope the cabinet member present in the room will be able to voice those sentiments on our behalf. Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Thank you, Councillor Hammond. So, Councillor Cultish, you had a wiggle. And Councillor Gill, was your singularly a question? I'll stick you on the list then. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. It's not really a question, actually. It's just a bit of context, really, to build on what I've just said about the maintenance funding. Like I said, there's a lot of capital investment going into sort of the east of the county, but in the west of the county, where we're one of the most flood-prone areas in the whole country, it's usually about maintenance. And one of the reasons Goole had the disappointing news of a flood rapid inundation zone, which affects planning restrictions, is because there's no guarantee that the flood defences would work in a high rainfall event or overtopping event. Should there be better maintenance of the flood defences around Goole, that's kind of a guarantee which could help in the future change a decision on the rapid inundation zone and in the local plan. So I think it's really important that the maintenance, as Claire said, that the little things are done as well as the capital investment that's going into the east of the county.
Well, thank you for the comments there, Councillor Cultish. I see lots of nods. Is there any comments you'd like to add in support or contradiction to that, or are we all just in agreement? Yeah, I think preaching to the choir, which is always nice to see. Well, with that in mind, then can I move on to the next question, please, which is Councillor Temple?
I've got my other question as well.
Oh, in that case, I apologise, Councillor Temple.
It's quite a quick question, I think. I know at some point we had the more strategic topic of the Humber barrier on the table. Is that gone completely out the window now?
No. So it's still an option on the table in respect of the Humber 21 Plus strategy. We'll be moving towards looking at options and different pathways to investment over the next 100 years, but that's still another year away. What we've done is we've gone back to that understanding phase. What is the baseline risk with all of our new data? The Environment Agency have shared everything they have, and we've really looked within the East Riding to provide everything we have to and make sure that as a partnership, we've got all of the best information on the table for looking at that risk. When we move forward to look at those pathways, we'll do that together, and I'm sure that information will be published in the future.
Thank you. So next I have Councillor Temple, Bayram, Burton, Gill. So give me a bit of whiplash there. So Councillor Temple, please.
Thank you. First of all, great reports. Thank you very much. Just shows the breadth of the strategic right down to the on the ground. And thank you very much for all of those and all the hard work you do. It's really appreciated by our residents. So having said that, I've got really two very mundane little questions. First of all, on flood alerts, I know you encourage people to sign up to the Environment Agency flood scheme. Is there any way we could link in with our bin reminder app for those areas at risk? Because I find the app really helpful because I forget all the time and it pops up to say bins due tomorrow. So just wondering if there's any way we could do that. I'll leave that with you. And the other one is I was really interested in the hydraulic model on the River Aire because I used to be on the IDB for Bridlington, North Holderness. is it, that's so long since I've been on it, I've forgotten what it's called. But I was just wondering if you could use that model and extrapolate any algorithms or rules that you could then use within other rivers, or is there any way you can use some of the learnings from one river modeling for other rivers?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a huge, we've never, this scale of model hasn't been built by this council ever, it's huge, and the Environment Agency leading on that, but there are lots of lessons that will be learned from the process. Yeah, I mean, and we rely on kind of specialist consultants to carry out this type of work. We don't do the hydraulic modelling ourselves. It's such a specialist field. I
was specifically interested in you were talking about removal of silt and the trees, because that's always been what the farmers on the IDB say is the problem, because the channel just isn't big enough anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, as part of the process, we've employed our own specialist consultants who will take the model and test lots of different things. And as part of our commission to the consultants, they're doing some surveys on the river channel, so they could compare, what it's like now to how it would be if it was cleaned out proper, if it was dredged. And that's part of the process. That's what we're looking at. And a lot of the local landowners in the Snaith and Cowick area suggest there's a lot of willows on the banks of the river, and there's a suggestion that they restrict the flow of water in the river air. So again, it's something we'll be checking.
If I could just come in on that in terms of the model. Many years ago, I've personally built some models, not to this scale. These are sort of early drainage models in the 90s. And in terms of the river model and that you're talking about, or Steve's talking about being built, every time you build a model, whether it be overland flood flow models, whether it be sewer models, whether it be river models, they are absolutely unique to that particular circumstance. The only lessons learned that you can learn from building that model are actually about building models and running models and how they trip over and fall over, and how you have to re-input the way things are done and that sort of thing. So it'll be those lessons learned. It won't be anything as if a sort of surmising way, maybe where you were going with this is that, look, here's a river here. If we could remove silt here, it shows this result. Could that result be the same for a different river? You really couldn't say that. You really can't. That's one of the reasons why some of the schemes that we've done, the flood alleviation schemes we've done, just take so long, because you do not know until you start building these models how it's going to behave, what the particular nuances are, and how you're going to rectify them until you start doing it. And I have huge sympathy with the Environment Agency's consultants on them building this model, because it is ginormous, and this is why it's taking so long. And it will, I think that they did completely underestimate the amount of time and effort it was going to take them to build it, because what they're doing is immense.
Thank you very much, Councillor Temple. And I've got down as a potential recommendation as well about using the app, not just for flood alerts, but also for information sharing. I'm thinking, for example, riparian responsibilities could have information on there as well. You've already done quite a lot of work circulating that with council tax, and here's another avenue to do so. So thank you very much. The next on our list is Councillor Bayram, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The government's first priority traditionally was the defence of the realm, and the second priority related to flooding. Personally, I don't think the government is giving as much importance to flooding now as it did then. Originally, the county boundaries and parish boundaries were based on water catchment areas originally. Now, whenever you look at any issue, you first have to look at the present position, then the sweep of history that led to it. The present position is in the William Howarth's Water Law Pocket Guide. I don't know whether you've got one of those or not. A lot of people have engineers' guides. And my question is, before the 1896 Parish Councils Act, the Court of Sewers funded any improvements then when did that process start and when did it finish? And the other thing is, what was the process before the Court of Sewers? My understanding there was the monasteries did any improvements. That's my understanding. I might not be correct, but you maybe could give me the answers about the Court of Sewers, when it started and when it finished.
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I mean,
that was like it was like a local levy. It was like a local levy with that. It was the original local levy.
Just for the clarity of members and hopefully to keep this meeting finishing sometime today, I would ask that all our questions are focused on outcome-based rather than knowledge-based answers. And if there are things that people would like to know for their own benefit, out of interest,
Well, you've got to know
this
the
is
sweep
not
of history.
Oh, those who forget the
Got to
mistake,
know that.
those who forget the mistakes of the past are most certainly doomed to repeat them, Councillor Bayram. But
What
you
I was
asking an
gonna say
officer
is-
to bring something from 126 years ago.
Well, it was the 1300 I'm thinking about. But if you don't know the
I think you've just
straight
reduced
away,
the likelihood, not
I would
increased it.
accept a written answer at some stage, a written answer to it that. Yes, I'm going to go on to the next little bit. The embankments were originally made out of the mud at the side of the river and dumped on them. Now, they will either sink because of the weight or slump. How often are they monitored?
do you mean that? I mean, we build quite a lot of embankments. All of our reservoirs are built embankments, but they are engineered embankments.
Clay's put on the top now, they don't put the silt on.
We use clay. Yeah, I mean, we build the embankments with clay. Sometimes we'll put some piles through the middle of the clay to create a waterproof barrier. But all of our embankments, particularly on the reservoirs, are surveyed at least once a year to make sure there's no settlement.
Monitored, I mean, satellite, it'd be more.
We take surveying equipment out to check the levels of our reservoir bunds to make sure there's no settlement. Again, it's a requirement of the Reservoirs Act. It's something we have to do.
And there will be a map produced showing the height of the embankments.
Yeah.
Where they're low and where they aren't low.
Yeah.
The move.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay then, lovely.
Great stuff, thank you. Can I just actually ask for some clarity on that as well? Because I imagine internal drainage boards do a bit of work in that regard. Is that something where there is partnership working, shared resource? Is it divide and conquer, specialisation and division of labour?
We do work together with the drainage boards, all of the drainage boards. We work quite closely with, and if we can help each other out, we do.
Glad to hear it again. Another example of partnership and many hands on the light works. Thank you, Councillor Bayram. Thank you, Steve. Next on the list is Councillor Burton, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine's just more of an observation, really, to give support to the. We've talked a lot about, and firstly, I want to thank you for your presentations. It's really been really informative, and it's really highlights just the amount of work that we do as regards flooding. I think that's an important element. I mean, I remember talking with one of the key areas for flooding work's being done outside London. I think get some nods about that. So it gives you the size and the scale. I seem to remember about £1 billion in the capital programme, a lot of that on flooding. So it gives a real scale of the issue. But obviously, we celebrate the capital programme and we get our photographs and the MPs and the ministers come up, but obviously that maintenance is a key element. And the more you get done, the more responsibility you have and the more liability that comes with that. So that's really key. So you've got the full gamut, you've got the big stuff. I just want to touch on the little stuff, which is 2.5 in the report, which is around the 500k local resilience flood scheme programme. I think that's a really really nice to see that one come to fruition, because I seem to remember speaking on that in the 2021 budget announcement, and it's really good to see that we introduced that as a scheme to be able to touch on those small items around the parishes where we generally don't get the funding for. And they can make small little steps, can make a big difference. And it's really good to see that actually has come to fruition and we're able to sort of continue with that. Obviously, it's only a finite sort of money. And I think one of our recommendations I would like to sort of touch on is that we recommend that we ensure that the budget process enables us, wherever possible, to be able to sort of maintain that programme going. So it is going to need little small bits of money to put in forward and to go forward. But it's really good to see that is making an impact. And I think it's something that clearly you will have liaised a lot with parish councils and such. I can talk to those, and it shows you what we can do on the ground in a small way. These small steps can make a big impact, I'm sure, in the longer run.
Well, again, you're preaching to the converted there, Councillor Burton. Today we've heard about a scheme in Brough, and last year we heard about a scheme in Skidby. So as a ward councillor, Councillor Gill and I actually are very grateful for the work that does, and long may it continue. So I don't see any objections to supporting that recommendation, certainly not from me, and I'll object to anybody who does.
I did think, Chairman, that Councillor Burton was going to commend the leader of the day for that programme.
I don't see any harm in that either, to be honest with you. Thank you very much, Councillor Cultish. Councillor Gill, then, you are next on my list to ask a question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I mean, there's a lot of good work going on here. I mean, it's enormous, and you know, it only takes me back to the Yorkshire Water visit we, you know, with the sewerage and the flood defence system we went to Withensea, etc. So, I mean, it's absolutely mind-boggling. But as councillors, we're always faced with the questions from the public down at the lower end. And I'd just like to ask about the smaller schemes, which because the way funding has changed. I'm going to use South Cave as an example, so please forgive me, but there are others on the list where as the funding's changed, it's difficult to justify funding for the number of houses that, I don't know, does it boil down to there isn't enough houses to warrant doing it because there's only a few houses may get flooded. Obviously, the people in those houses will obviously have the same opinion. But I was wondering whether there was a gold standard of flood alleviation scheme, or are there some things you can do that would still make a difference, but the much lower cost? I mean, we heard earlier in the earlier subject about the organic matter holding back, you know, like a sponge and water and things like that. I mean, how much of that is considered, and therefore it makes it more practical to fund it or get the funds for it?
I've been hassling Clara to help fund an asset strategy to help fund the South Cave scheme for 3 or 4 years. So I am going to hand over to Ben so that Claire's PTSD doesn't fully kick in at this stage.
Right, okay.
Well, the good news on South Cave is it's looking a lot more viable now, so we're hoping that one will go ahead. But what you're asking is, when we look at these projects, how do we make sure that we're looking at the right size investment and making sure that we do something that will make a difference? Well, when we take forward the appraisals, we have quite a strict appraisal guidance that we have to follow for the Environment Agency. But as part of that, what we try to do is to get an early sense of the economics that we're working with, so the chimney pots and the benefits associated with that, so that we can try and design something that is appropriate for that level of benefit. So if we're looking at a scheme with a couple of houses, we'll immediately look at the smaller measures that we can do, which would be more viable when it comes to that economic appraisal. So we do look at that as part of that assessment. The other thing is, when we realise that the large capital investment might not be viable, there are other things we can offer, and that might be the likes of property level flood protection, which if it's fundable, or there are maybe other things, and we've touched on a few of them already in this presentation, where we've realised actually we can make changes within our own assets, which will have a benefit to the community. So that's just a few examples of what we can do within the system, really.
That's fine. Sorry, I just had another question, Chair.
Please, Councillor, because you actually saved some time by basically asking my question. And Ben mentioned earlier about the low-hanging fruit. And of course, once you've used a chimney, that pot can no longer be counted. So the system is going to have to evolve. And I have got a recommendation from the committee prepared to commend all the varying, the subcommittee. Actually, we'll come to that later. Let's not get off course. So please, Councillor Gill.
No, that's right. I have another question. The other one's a quickie that might be a recommendation, but yeah, it's going back to flood alerts, and when something is happening on the ground and the central command centre number is stacked out with lots of calls and trying to communicate with different bodies and things, and just down at council level, you know, we get people ringing us to say, oh, my garden's flooded. I've tried ringing 3939. I can't get through there, and something might already be in place to, that's going to be looked at, and people are on the way. And then all of a sudden we get 6 calls. We can't get through to 3939, so we can't communicate anything back to the resident, and nobody else can. And I wondered if we could be involved in having some sort of direct command center line that we could speak to someone, save whoever the command center is in there, save them time, an extra 6 calls and potentially more and more down the line. If we could somehow be part of the picture there and be communicated back.
If I could hand over to Alan,
Yeah,
please,
sure.
to answer that one.
Yeah, I think the straight answer is that in terms of dealing with emergencies, there is a protocol in place, part of which includes liaising with local members, and that sets out how we do that. It just would not work for direct calls from local members to come into the emergency control centre. Because having a few years ago, 2007, spent all night on the first night of the floods in the emergency control centre, it's not practical. We have to follow the protocol. So you have a set of rules of engagement for dealing with emergencies, and you absolutely have to follow them. And in the case of major flooding incidents, that's a life and limb issue. So you got to get it right. But part of that is the communication out to local members, to parish and town councils as well, and then up to MPs, and it's all set out in those protocols.
I think it's probably worth noting that has evolved a lot as a system, as a set of procedures. And we should probably all be thanking Councillor Fox, actually, for her efforts, especially out west in that sort of Snaith and the Marshlands area. So I would suggest there that there has been evolution, and it has been good. So Councillor Gill, back to you, please.
I obviously welcome any improvements that's been made since, but I do recall the last time I got communication, the actual incident had passed, and it was some hours since it had passed, and then I got the communication to say it was okay, so maybe it's a separate meeting or something.
I think rather than communication to say what's being done, it should perhaps be targeted more towards what is being done, and there should be that preemptive approach rather than reactive, I think is what we'd like to see as ward members, in terms of being able to be used as a source of information as opposed to simply a sounding board for concerns. Is that something that you think, Alan, could be recognised in future events and accommodated?
I think the honest answer is it depends on the event. It depends what's happening, how that's being managed and dealt with, and that's why we do it via a protocol which sets out at which points we would go back to ward members. Because if you take 2007. There was not time to speak to 67 ward members. In the real world, you had to get on with protecting people, moving assets around, liaising with the other statutory agencies, the blue light services, etc. And that was an immediate issue. And we got back to councillors, ward councillors, as soon as we could. But the reality is it wasn't at 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, it was the following day.
I think as technology's evolved as well, things like, as Councillor Temple said earlier about the app, I think that information can be shared that way. And I think that's something that we'll be able to do more of in the future than we ever have in the past. And another good way to make sure that information is circulated and reduce the incoming queries and calls that will get in the way of work in progress. Thank you, Councillor Gill.
Sorry, I just had one.
Please.
It was just, I was also curious about hydraulic modelling. I presume that is a digital modelling, and I was wondering, maybe it's something I'd like to see how it works. Maybe at some future point it could be a visit by this committee.
I think if officers would be happy to entertain the committee and Rob would be able to organise it, I think a good recommendation there could be that that's either a member development day or an away day, whatever would work best.
It's quite difficult because basically a hydraulic model is a computer model. You simulate the contours of the catchment, and you almost throw a rainfall event at it and see what happens. And that's kind of a hydraulic model. It's quite difficult to present to somebody or visually make it visually interesting to somebody. And we don't do it ourselves. We use specialist consultants to do that. It's not an easy one, I don't think.
Okay, I was just thought I'd ask a question.
It would certainly be an interesting spectacle to behold if ever there is a way of making it decipherable, digestible. So Councillor Coulter, you wiggle on this, and Councillor Burton, then please on the.
Just on the hydraulic models, if you join a drainage board, it's something they deal with day in, day out. They use them on a very small scale to look at the drains all the time. So if you are interested in that, join a drainage board, and then you'll be dealing with that sort of thing regularly.
And our area is the Ouse Humber Drainage Board. Councillor Gill and Councillor West, who unfortunately isn't well and couldn't join us today, as vice chair of this committee, is the chair of the Ouse Humber Drainage Board. T'other Councillor West and myself are both members, so it's quite an interesting group, and they do a lot of work. So Councillor Burton, you also had a wiggle.
Very, very small one, really. It was regarding major incidents and members, really. I just bring to mind one when I was first elected. There was a power surge in an estate in Bridlington. And I think because of the nature of being a local member in a very local area, you get to be the first, sometimes first to know. And it's about having that communication, being able to have the right routes to pass it on to the professionals, and then leave it with leave them to develop the incident matter and deal with it. But it's having those understanding of communications is so important, really.
And reporting and getting things known as quick as is possible. Thank you. And thank you again, Councillor Gill, for bringing that up. Is there anything further, Councillor Gill?
No, that was fine. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, that's gone through all the questions of members that wish to ask. I had a couple myself. I mean, Councillor Gill already. Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you. It was going back to really communication. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for your help with Driffield Showground when we did have that awful flood, and the solutions that you all came up with. That was great. But on communication, we always had an issue with riparian owners, and talking about the 2007 flood, that was a large part of some people's flooding, not realising that the ditch behind their hedge actually belonged to them and shouldn't be filled with their grass clippings. And I know that we've done a lot of work talking to riparian owners, and we do it on a repeat basis. And I'm just hoping that the repeat basis is either enough to capture new residents moving in, or that it shows up in solicitors' searches. So really, that's my question. Does riparian ownership now show up in a solicitor's search?
It should do. I mean, when people buy a property, it should be picked up as part of the search that they're responsible for the ditches. I can't categorically say that it always does, but you're right. We do lots of work on. I'll say enforcement. We don't necessarily enforce, but we do a lot of work reminding riparian owners of their responsibilities. We very rarely have to enforce, because usually we remind somebody and they do what we ask them to do. So yeah, we do spend quite a lot of time dealing with kind of riparian owner issues.
And on your excellent report on page 132, it just says that there's a non-return valve still being considered by Yorkshire Water for the outfalls from the sewer system into the Foss Dyke. I was just wondering why something that seems quite simple.
It's done now.
It's done. Excellent. Oh, right.
It was done over the last 2 or 3 weeks. The fit the non-return valve.
Okay, cool.
Oh, after a 3-hour, 15-minute meeting, we are definitely in sync, because my questions were very much about the evolution of how work will be done with different funding, different constraints, etc. And also, actually, Councillor Temple, thank you, is about the difficulties of enforcement action and resourcing and actually getting decisions made and progress. And I was just wondering, Steve, if you had any final comments on that last bit regarding the Section 19 reports and the value of the work that's done there, and then the difficulty in seeing it implemented to prevent future incidents.
Yeah, with the Section 19 reports, we make, as I said, we make a lot of recommendations, and I think we're doing okay with them. Between us, Yorkshire Water, Environment Agency, drainage boards, usually, the authorities take them seriously, and they address what we've recommended. So I don't have a lot of major concerns. There's a couple of minor ones with various authorities, but yeah, I think it's okay.
With that in mind and the fact that so much good work has been done that we've covered up quite well here today, I thought not only would it be entertaining to make it difficult for Rob to blend two agenda items, but also they did seem to fit quite well together. And with time being a constraint, I'm glad to see we've ticked off 4 and 5. So if there's no further comments or questions from the committee or any of our attendees, Adam, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've just noticed that the officers here are quite a modest bunch, and they've not really oversold the good work they're doing. And I think you'll be keen for me to share that all of the officers here have been recognised in terms of the work they're doing, and therefore the council's been recognised, not just regionally but nationally. Only 2 weeks ago, Hessel Foreshore Flood Defence Scheme won the national award for the construction excellence, not just flooding project of the year, but civil engineering project of the year. And that's on top of ICE awards, which is Institute of Civil Engineering, RICS awards, and it's on a long line of a conveyor belt of schemes that all the officers here have been involved with. Probably not myself, but these certainly everyone here, and that on the back of COPFAS, AFAS, WADFAS, all award-winning schemes. They've been recognised regionally and nationally, which has also helped that in terms of can we deliver these schemes going forward to 2027 and beyond, that these aren't just good officers or good council, that we've got a reputation actually of delivering these excellent schemes. So I just thought you'd be keen to hear that and, pat these people.
Very much so, and this committee actually, I'd also like to put a thank you out there. We looked at the flood wall at Paul. We looked at the Withensea coastal defences. The fact of the matter is one of the hardest battles our officers had to fight. It was proving to the Environment Agency they were more than capable of doing the work. This isn't something local authorities normally undertake, and the level of expertise that this authority has should not be sniffed at and should be shouted about, preferably from the rooftops. So you have actually already there, Adam, thank you, preempted our first recommendation, and that is that the subcommittee commend the progress of officers over the past 12 months, the scale of investment, which is the highest of any local authority nationally, and the award-winning work taking place. And I don't think we can put a value on the quality of our officers there. If I could make a football pun at this time of year and say that we are World Cup winning, but I think the ethos there is very much that we know we are very lucky to have the skill set we do, and long may it continue. So thank you all very much for that, and thank you for segueing so perfectly for me there, Adam. So allow me to say that. The next recommendation I have is that we commend all the varied engagement taking place and encourage work promoting resilience. And that may be the work that's being done with Living with Water and the SUD schemes, the fantastic app that's engaging in the next generation in the work that needs doing. Again, I can't commend you highly enough on why I said I needed to bring a thesaurus to describe all the wonderful work being done. So if everyone's happy with those two, Councillor Cultish, please.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of the recommendation, I suggested around the...
Can I come back to you on that one? We're not quite there yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Cultish, because the next recommendation I have is in line with Councillor Gill's points, and that's we commend the evolution of how the service lowers flood risk and the effective management of smaller but higher quantities of projects. And it's all right if you've got 3 schemes and 3 managers, but a bit more difficult if you've got 40 schemes and 40 managers and need 40 diggers in 40 locations. And there is an evolution, as was mentioned earlier, the sponge type approach. It's not a one size fits all. So I think we do need to commend and recognise the evolution of the way the service is operating and the necessity to do so, because as Ben pointed out, the low hanging fruit has been plucked. So if we're all happy with that recommendation, that then brings me on to Councillor Cultish's. I have here, Councillor Cultish, that we contact the relevant minister and the Prime Minister to support Andrew Percy MP in his campaign for flexibility and higher priority to be given to maintenance funding. I think that summed up what was said, but I'd be happy to see that amended.
No, it's perfect, but you obviously need to mention that we're talking about flood investment, because it didn't say that. It needs to be made clear.
Fair enough. And maintenance funding for flood prevention and investment in infrastructure. Are you happy with that one, Rob?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Councillor Cultish. I think that is the significant one here. And I'm glad Ben's put his hand up. Over to you, Ben.
Yeah, it's just a comment on that last recommendation. Could we include coastal? Because one of the significant challenges we have is maintaining our coastal assets. We have 9 kilometres of them. So any help there would be excellent.
Well, one of the things that we've not touched on that much in today's meeting is coastal erosion. That was something we put a lot of weight into in last year's meeting. We have, is it the fastest eroding coastline in Northern Europe? That in Europe, is it? So that is something that this authority knows a lot about. That's something this committee has spent a lot of time looking into. Things like Withensea, one of the big hurdles was actually making sure we didn't worsen coastal erosion elsewhere. I can see you, Councillor Bayram, and I will get to you in a second. So that is something that we do know about on this committee. We do recognise, and quite frankly, there was no point in repeating 3.5 hours into a meeting, but credit where it's due. And yes, as long as, Rob, you've got that recommendation, as Ben mentioned, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Bayram, over to
Chairman, it was to put into the recommendation an update on the progress of repairing the groins, because it's been ongoing as a repairing of the groins for a lot of years. And when we did our site visit, I couldn't see a lot of improvement. So it's an update on the repairing of the groins.
and that's not a recommendation. Would you like me to go back slightly and ask and enable you to ask a question on that now?
Yes, you could. Yes. A lot of people are desperate to get home for their
I think
dinners.
I think the question's been asked and Alan has the answer. So over to Alan.
But the answer is, given the time, Chairman, we'll happily produce a briefing note on progress.
That's very kind and thoughtful of you, Alan, but I will remind members that we are job and knock. If we have an hour meeting, we go home after an hour. If we have a 4-hour meeting, we go home after 4. And if you're too busy for that, that's very unfortunate, but that is the requirements of the job. So thank you very much. So that then moves us on to our next recommendation, which is recommendation E, which is the one that Councillor Temple brought forward, which is use the East Riding of Yorkshire Council app for flood alerts and also for information sharing. And my example there earlier was riparian ownership responsibilities. So if we're all happy with that, recommendation F would be that we commend and advocate commend the local resilience flood scheme and advocate for its retention in future budgets. And I think Councillor Burton hit the nail on the head there. It's a fabulous funding scheme, and we do need it to keep doing what it's doing. So that then covers all of the recommendations, unless there's any more for any more. Councillor West, please.
Just briefly, could we recommend that we circulate the protocols for reporting flooding to members and parish councils?
I think an update in that regard would be welcome, and we have seen that previously done with riparian ownership, and I think that should be added to the list. Thank you, Councillor West. And have you got that one, Rob? And I'm guessing, Steve, that will probably be from your team to share a bit of a mini briefing notes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So that then completely finishes off all of our specifically water related issues. And I should apologise to people sat in the back and thank you for your patience. If we could have a quick switch around on top of our coffees, but thank you very much, everybody, for all the work you've done and for the fantastic report. Okay, thank you everybody for coming back for the third half of the meeting here today. Obviously, I wasn't very good at maths at school. So that brings us now on to agenda item 6, which is the review of the environmental policy 2022-23. And we have Richard and Shan with us now, so I'll hand over to you guys, please.
So I'm just going to run through what I hope will be quite a quick presentation on the environmental policy review, because as you can probably hear, I'm losing my voice slightly. So I apologise if I lose it halfway through. So if we could have the next slide, please. Okay. So I'm just here to talk about the review that we're doing on the environmental policy, which we have just completed, but I thought I'd give a brief overview of the environmental policy, why we have it, what it's there for. So the environmental policy acts as our lead document within the corporate environmental management system, and it works to help us manage our impacts of council activities on the environment. It's really focused on driving forward environmental improvement and draws together all the different environmental work from all the different strands across all the directorates in the council, which, as you can imagine, is quite large, to try and get that consistent and unified approach towards environmental protection. Importantly for us, it is a requirement for our certification to ISO 14001, which is our externally accredited environmental management system. So to have a reviewed and adopted policy even, is we need that to be able to be accredited every year. So that's one of the reasons we have the policy. Next slide, please. Maybe thinking, why are we reviewing this now? What is the point of doing it now? It's kind of the right landscape for us to have reviewed the policy at the moment. So there have been several changes to national legislation that the council will have to take into account in terms of delivering its services. Importantly, in 2021, we had the introduction of the Agriculture Act and the Environment Act, which we need to be aware of, and we need to be prepared for the additional duties that both of those acts will bring to the council, and making sure that we are as prepared as possible for what those may entail. Also, there's been a significant shift in public opinion in terms of environmental protection, and the public are much more concerned about it now. So it's important that our policy is up to date and relevant for what people are concerned about. And again, I mentioned before, ISO 14001, to make sure we are accredited, it has to be reviewed, up to date, fit for purpose, and ensuring that we are up to date with all relevant legislation as a local authority. So we do have to review it on a regular basis. Rob, can I have the next slide, please? So this process has been going on for about 1.5 years now. I've just tried to highlight some of the key stages that we've gone through as part of the review process. Over the course of 2022, we have run a number of engagement events for staff across the council, key teams that we will need to engage with, who will help us deliver the policy. We've used a number of different techniques. As you can see, we started in January, so we had to take into account COVID-19 restrictions at the time. So we've really tried to use both online and in-person events. We've now just very recently finished our stage 2 consultation and developed the action plan, and we are moving on to the corporate adoption process soon. So thank you. I think it's important to draw to people's attention the major changes we have in comparison to the old environmental policy to what we've produced now. So the first one is we have the introduction of broad themes. Now, we introduced this in the policy document because we felt it would give the policy more structure and hopefully make it easier to evidence the good work that the council is doing against all of the environmental objectives that we do have, and make it slightly easier to work through. We have a number of broader actions within the environmental policy compared to its previous iteration. And this really demonstrates that wider scope of environmental improvement and protection that we have to do as a local authority, and that we are expected to do, whilst also trying not to make it too onerous on officers to report to us as well on that as well. And I've mentioned before, we have actions relating specifically to the Environment Act and the Agriculture Act within the draft action plan, and they are noted as TBC. We are obviously still waiting for the secondary legislation, and hopefully as soon as we get that through, it will be a simple case of just updating the action plan. But the reason for them being in there as TBCs is so that everybody is aware and those that are aware can start making those preparations that it will be coming their way. Next slide, please. Thanks. Another important fact to note in the environmental policy is our climate change links. The review of the Council's environmental policy was kind of highlighted as a recommendation from the Climate Change Review Panel. So that's kind of been one of the driving factors for us to be able to do it as well. We are aiming to strengthen the links with climate change, whilst also recognising the development of strategies and policies so far, for example, the Carbon Energy Management Strategy and the recently adopted Climate Change Strategy as well. Both the environmental policy and the climate change strategy were developed within the Sustainable Development Team. They were developed parallel with one another with cross-pollination between both teams. So there are very strong, close links between both of those. In terms of how we deal with climate change within the environmental policy, climate change is treated as a cross-cutting theme throughout the entire policy. We felt that that kind of made it a more holistic approach to climate change rather than trying to have one specific climate change theme. We felt this was a better approach to doing it. Could I have the next slide, please? So just very quickly, this is the structure of the environmental policy. It's actually a suite of documents. So we have the main policy document. It's written to corporate guidelines. It details the themes that I've got there, and I will go into very briefly a bit more detail on, and it details our objectives. Sitting alongside that, we have the 2-page summary, which was included as part of the agenda. That is the more public-friendly version, so they don't have to sit through and read all of the environmental policy that is available on and will be available on the website. The key part for officers is the environmental policy action plan. Here is where we really detail how we're going to deliver those actions, how we're going to make progress, how it's going to be measured. And that has been completed with teams across the council who are going to be responsible for helping us deliver those actions. Sitting underneath all of that, we have the environmental statement. This is produced on an annual basis, and that is how we, sorry, and that's how we demonstrate our environmental achievements. That is going to be reviewed later on in 2023 as part of a more holistic review of looking at how we deliver our environmental achievements and how we report these, linking in with the climate change strategy and other duties that we have to report on. The next slide, please. I will very quickly go through why we've introduced the themes that we have. So why infrastructure and transport? As a local authority, we do have significant control over this, over these emissions and issues linked to this. We have a large fleet to carry out those essential services. We have made great strides as an authority with electric vehicles and electric vans, but there is still more work to be done that we will need to do as an authority to be able to reduce those emissions. We have a significant estate across the authority that needs to be developed with sustainability at the forefront of operations and thinking. And obviously key to that, we have the local transport plan and the local plan, which are going to be key to helping us deliver on these different aspects. Next slide, please. Thanks. Resource efficiency. The council is responsible for procuring vast amounts of goods, services and utilities. If we think about kind of the procurement processes we go through as a council, they are varied. We need to look at how these can be made more sustainable and considered across a full life cycle process. So right through from procurement to end of life. As a local authority, we also have significant waste management processes and waste management responsibilities that need to be delivered in compliance with relevant legislation and as sustainably as possible. Preventing pollution, we have to have this in for our accreditation to ISO 14001. For our certification, this has to be considered, but across most council sites and services, there is potential for pollution incidents to occur. We take protection of the environment very seriously, and so we have to be as prepared as possible to prevent these pollution incidents, but also if one does happen, to try and react as promptly and appropriately as we can. If you think about depots, leisure centres, the amount of chemicals, oils and all of that that is stored at those places, we need to make sure we're following protocols and that we are ready should something happen. And finally, the natural environment. So across all council services, we have significant impact on the natural environment. The council not only has a moral obligation, but we will also have a strengthened legal obligation with the Environment Act to kind of protect, enhance and conserve the environment. Additionally, we need to think about the multiple benefits that the environment can provide. So I've listed a few there in terms of carbon sequestration, talked a lot about flood risk management, but also particularly health and well-being. And I think we saw that through the COVID-19 pandemic, how important the natural environment was to people to be able to get into that space. So I think for the council to protect the natural environment, we will be able to exploit those multiple benefits further. So I think that's one of the important considerations why it's there. So this is just finally showing you a bit of an overview of the reviewed policy objectives that we have. Hopefully you can see they are quite broad. Sitting underneath those, we have a number of actions ranging from, I think there's 2 actions down to about 6 in some of them that kind of go into a bit more detail, which we will be working with teams over the coming year following adoption to help deliver against those and help report against those. And that will be the following environmental statement where we'll be able to present, hopefully, our progress against them. And with that, try to make it as quick as possible because my voice is going.
Thank you very much, Jan. Is there anything you'd like to add, Richard, or should we move on to questions?
Just to add on the environmental statement, to avoid any confusion, there will be an environmental statement coming to full council, I believe, in January or February next year. That will report on the objectives and actions under the previous adopted environmental policy. Just because of timescales, unfortunately, obviously this isn't an adopted document yet, so we can't use these actions, but that will report on the old actions.
Well, can I thank you both very much? I think it was very important that we did try and cram this onto today's meeting, and apologies to everybody for that. But it was good to get the comprehensive report that we've got before us, and also to make sure that it was publicly accessible in this forum. And lastly, a sneak peek at the draft environmental policy, also hugely useful for this committee to be included on before full council and cabinet decisions. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you. So far, 2 councillors wish to ask a question. That would be Councillor Temple and then Councillor Bayram. So Councillor Temple, please.
Sorry, really, it's just say this is great. This is a good balance between, trying to do the absolute best and with resources, because obviously the last thing any of us want to do is greenwashing, because we don't want to say we're doing this when actually you're using a diesel generator in the background, like we often hear anecdotally. So I congratulate you on that. But I really just wanted to explore the kind of shifts in public opinion that you mentioned on your first slide, and just how flexible the policy can be, because I've heard a lot of people since it got cold and they trying not to use gas now saying, blow it, I'm not going to freeze. So, people are sort of, it's a bit like poverty and love, when things get tough, people don't always do the right thing. So that's not really going to reflect much on our policy, but if it did happen to have that effect on the council, would we take a more pragmatic approach rather than trying to shoot for the moon? Are we flexible?
So as John said, through the development of the action plan, we had a number of workshops with sort of teams throughout the council. I think that one of the real sort of red lines that we put through those workshops when developing the targets and the actions was that we didn't want to overly burden teams in terms of signing them up to things that they aren't able to deliver, either because of the resources or because of funding or because it's unreasonable given current technology, but also trying to push them to go beyond what we did. I think what we found when we did those workshops is that even as a sustainable development team, there is a lot going on across the council that we didn't know about that is great environmental achievements. So part of it is reflecting that and sort of uplifting those targets from where the previous policy was to reflect what's already going on, and then trying to give that little bit extra, but recognizing that there will be sort of tough challenges ahead. Even since we did those workshops, obviously the outlook for future austerity or whatever that will look like in future has raised its head again. So there is the ability every year to amend the action plan, and then the next review is 3 years' time.
Yeah. So the policy gets a minor review, look through on an annual basis, just to make sure that it is fit for purpose. It's done because we have to be audited on it for our ISO 14001. So we have to reflect major changes in legislation. So for example, when the Environment Act stuff comes through, we will have to put that in. It gets a major review every 3 years, where it will go through the full full process. But we do have currently the ability to make minor changes to the action plan when agreed with our portfolio holder as well. So we do have a bit of flexibility in terms of updating it.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Bayram next, please. And then I have councillors Walker and then Coltish.
Thank you, Chairman. Your presentation showed a number of solar panels. I don't know whether they're EV panels or what the correct name is. The panels take away a certain element of the light that makes grass grow, so they're not really suitable to be on agricultural land. The little bits that the panels miss, the grass will grow there, but not under the panels. The panels should be, there is lots and lots of spare large shed roofs. Now, to encourage the panels to be on roofs would avoid that problem. Is there any way we can encourage the government to pay a little bit of a bonus or help people out to persuade them to put them on roofs rather than on grass fields?
I think the first thing I would say is that the environmental policy is very much a corporate document. So in terms of the ability for other people to put solar panels and where they put them is sort of beyond the scope of that. But as a general response, I think it's obviously a very hot political topic at the moment. I think Theresa Kofi announced yesterday, the Environment Minister, that they are reversing the decision on putting solar panels on grade 3B agricultural land. So you are now.
I thought you was going to talk about the wind farms.
No, sorry, solar panels. So I think, yeah, the decision has been made that on 3B agricultural land, that you are now allowed to put solar panels, but that is a moving sort of political decision that I think is above our heads. In terms of the use of land where solar panels are, the more we can put on roofs, the better in terms of the emissions. There are other land uses that you can use alongside solar panels as well. So grazing, there's nothing to stop you grazing a field with solar panels on it.
That was the problem. I mean, I can find the scientific information on the report that's been done on that it stops things growing. There's the solar panels. So the panels are not suitable for grazing land at all.
I think it depends on the types of solar panels you use and sort of the design of the field, but it's not something I'm an expert in terms of.
I can go back to my expert on it and I'll put that to him. And say that the electric vehicles, to run an electric vehicle, it costs the same as running a petrol. The cost is the same, providing it's at about 15 pence a unit. If you have to do them at, in the council car parks, there's 70 pence a unit, a kilowatt, 70 pence a kilowatt. That makes them very expensive. Is there, how can I say, is there any way of subsidising these charging places?
Yeah, I think that would probably have to be a question for our asset strategy team, who are responsible for putting those charging points in. I'm not aware of any subsidies, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
It may be worth noting as well, Councillor Bayram, that we have bus services, community transport and funding coming up in the March meeting. And then we have the climate change review panel recommendations, which did also include things like encouraging use of more renewable types of technology, whether it's electric vehicles or whatever. And that's in January. So I think Richard and Sean probably aren't in a position to answer it, but you will have two cracks of the whip at our next two meetings.
Yeah, the next little question, it's only a short one, is there was a picture showing the rocks from Sweden on the thing. Now shipping is very cheap. It's cheaper to ship them from Sweden than a lorry to bring them from Leeds where they come from. Are we still shipping them from Sweden to try and prevent coastal erosion, or have we stopped doing that?
I think they were shipped from Norway. And because there were several thousand tons of them required, you wouldn't logically shift them by diesel-driven lorries. So you take them in barges, you run them onto the beach at high tide, tide goes out, equipment comes on at low tide, takes the blocks and puts them in place. And environmentally, that is clearly the most sustainable way of doing it, and the cheapest, by the way.
So is that a yes or a no?
That's a yes and a yes. It's the most environmentally sustainable
Yeah,
way and the
yeah,
most financially sustainable way.
Yeah.
So in short, Councillor Bayram, you can be confident that it's being done as well as it can be.
Still being done.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine then.
Thank you, Councillor Bayram. So we have Councillor Walker next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, just thank you as well for being eloquent at pace. That was a great presentation through. Just clarification for me, is the policy statement only focused on outcomes, or will it include the aspirations of this 22-23 policy as well?
Sorry, is that the statement that's coming up in January? So our Environmental Management Systems Delivery Officer, Gary Arnold, he is currently writing the draft statement, and we do allude to this current version. But as we said, by the time that goes through, this might not have been fully adopted. So we can only allude, we can't directly kind of measure against what we've got, if that makes sense.
I was keen that it takes in the mindset of the modern one as well. It's not just something for later.
No, it does. There is a paragraph in it about kind of the review and the fact that we do have a new policy coming forward.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walker. Councillor Coultish, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies to colleagues who hear me banging on about this nearly every single Environment and Regen meeting. And you can correct me if I'm wrong in your reply, but from this strategy, I get the implication that the council's encouraging electric vehicles and electric infrastructure, whereas I'm always saying that electric infrastructure, especially for vehicles, is already outdated and we should be using hydrogen. Is this policy flexible with hydrogen, and could you encourage that?
I think at the point that we did the workshops specifically relating to sustainable infrastructure and transport, the focus of the council and the corporate approach we were taking was to move to electric, as it seemed the most viable option at that time, given the flexibility of the policy and its review cycles every 3 years. I think the view of the fleet teams that we spoke to was that hydrogen wasn't viable at the time, but there is no reason, again, you'd have to confirm with them, there's no reason if it does become viable in the future, we can reflect that. But again, we're not the delivery team, so we work with them, so we will update it if we can with them.
I just wanted assurance, Chairman, that the policy wasn't rigid, so that the asset team, if they wanted to procure vehicles, they could go for hydrogen or electric. The policy wasn't forcing them to.
And what we wouldn't want is the policy to require the choice of, for example, Betamax over VHS, and for us to have to then invest in what would become the wrong technology. It does need, as you say, Councillor Coultish, that flexibility. And I don't think we need to have that as a recommendation, since we are assured that it is.
Just to clarify, the action is increase the number and use of zero low carbon emissions vehicles in the delivery of council services. That obviously can incorporate hydrogen as well as electric.
Or even horse-drawn. Thank you very much. Well, if I may then, from the chair, just a quick final question from me, and that is that given sort of the rapidly shifting, both the landscapes and the priorities that we have, that residents have and that government have, how does this affect the work that you do, and how hard does it make it for you to meet legislative requirements that may change halfway through creations of policies?
This policy's been in review for about 1.5 years, and in that 1.5 years we have seen changes in the timeline of when we thought things were going to come out, hence the TBCs around the Environment Act and the Agriculture Act. I think we've mentioned a couple of times, we do have, it's not a rigid timescale, and we do have the agreement that we had with the previous policy that changes can be agreed with the portfolio holder. They were previously minor changes. However, given the fact that that government policy and national policy is so fluid at the moment and changes on a regular basis, we may look to see if we can include making those changes in agreement with our portfolio holder, rather than, and with briefing note, rather than having to go through the entire corporate adoption process again, because by the time we've gone through that, it might have changed already.
I think that comes back to flexibility, as Councillor Cortish said, and not boxing yourself into or painting yourself into any corners. And that has provoked Councillor Burton to have a wiggle. So
Just building on Councillor Temple's sort of question, really, I think I agree. I want to ensure that my understanding is that economic viability is woven into this environmental policy, really, to ensure it's got that flexibility to take changing landscapes and changing views.
Yes, obviously we've identified the targets in association with other teams, but obviously if budgets change or if situations change and the economic viability isn't there, it's a target, it can fail to be met. If there are other reasons, we do have that flexibility, as we say, to adjust them. They have been developed in partnership with other teams, so hopefully they will have reflected their budgets sort of within that setting, but we do always need to balance that economic and environmental. Yeah.
Well, I think the message there, and thank you, Councillor Burton, and indeed Councillor Temple, is that nobody can deny the importance of ensuring that we're greener tomorrow than we were yesterday. But similarly, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and we shouldn't ever be sort of cutting our nose off to spite our face or hamstringing ourselves as an authority. This is a priority, but it cannot be the priority. We still have residents to serve, and I think that balance will be one of the many challenges you have before you, and we can only wish you luck in that endeavour. So if there are no, Sian, please.
Yeah, sorry, I just had a point to add on, if I can, with the environmental statement. We do kind of discuss most of the actions, and though we have put targets, as Richard said, if we don't meet them and we can explain why we haven't met them, for example, budget pressures or something like that, that's not a negative reflection on us when it gets audited. It's practicalities of being a local authority with budget pressures and things like that. So it's not that we've set targets and they have to be met. It's what we would aspire to meet, if that makes sense. Yeah.
They're not going to tie you to a tree as an ironic form of punishment.
So as an example of that, we were recently audited externally for our ISO 14001, and one of the things they picked up last time was that the environmental policy needed reviewing because the previous one ran out in 2021. However, when we explained that we were sort of doing the process alongside the climate change strategy, and there was no point in setting the environmental policy actions before the climate change strategy is ready, that was understood and sort of taken on board. So even though we hadn't sort of met their target from last time, they understood and the reasons why we were doing it the way we were.
Thank you very much. Well, that brings us to a very long laundry list of recommendations that comes in at a total of one. And that is that the subcommittee endorsed the draft environment policy and commend the office's work so far. And I don't think there's any need to expand upon that list. I think we've made our priorities and our concerns clear. We're happy with it, and we understand the need for the work as well. So I'd just like to thank you both for taking the time to bring this to us and for your patience in getting around to it on the agenda. Thank you very much. So thank you, everybody. So that now brings us on to our last couple of agenda items. I can hand over to Rob for agenda item 7, which is the work programme.
Hi, everyone. So there's no changes on the work programme, I'd like to know, but there are 2 items on the forward plan that do fall within the subcommittee's terms of reference. So the first one is disabled persons parking policy, which is due to be considered on the 23rd of May cabinet. So there is availability to take that number of subcommittees until then. And the second one is the electric vehicle charging policy, which is due to be considered at the 28th of February cabinet. So there's just one meeting between both of those meetings, which they could be considered at, do only have 2 items on, but given today, it's within the subcommittee's power to call those in.
Before I bring in members, can I please hand over to Alan?
Chairman, there's 2 separate policies, and they are interrelated though, because in order to roll out the policy relating to on-street charging, you have to look at the policy that relates to disabled parking allocations, because the principle would be very similar, that you would take a particular space and you would allocate it for a specific user. So you could, rather than do two on 2 separate occasions, roll it into one item and deal with both. because as I say, they are inextricably interrelated.
Oh, thank you, Alan. Before I bring in members, I will just say from my own personal point of view, I do find it hugely frustrating that we have to strike a balance between enabling electric vehicle charging, but having 40% of the properties in the East Riding without a front garden or a driveway, or the ability to actually provide their own off-street charging facilities. And so what we are looking at effectively is leasing out the public highway and making parts of it privately owned. And I do think that is something that needs some serious consideration as to the viability of it and the potential impact of doing it or not doing it. I don't think we should be making decisions here. I think we should be looking at that as a committee, and that would be my recommendation. But I would open up to the floor what members would think.
I thought we already looked at that as a committee, and that our recommendation was that officers went away and looked at how we could turn the public highway into chargeable spaces for the 60% of properties which don't have off-road parking. So I thought that was our recommendation.
We did look at that in our last year's work programme, if I believe. Alan, please.
Sorry, Jim, just to be clear, this is the outcome of that process. And the outcome, because the concern was the point that if you allocate electric charging points on street, are they allocated to a specific individual? And what you're going to get back, if you choose to take it, is a policy position which sets out how you would approach that, so that you didn't get yourself into a position where an individual thinks that they own an on-street parking space, but where any individual in that area that has an electric charging requirement can use a designated electric charging space, which is similar to the process on allocating blue badge spaces. So it's not a specific blue badge, it's anybody with a blue badge can use a designated disabled parking bay. And that's why the two things are sort of tied together, because you're going to come up, the recommendation is that you come up with a very similar policy for both issues.
And one of the dangers is that we have plenty of areas in the East Riding where parking is at an absolute premium. And what we don't want is a preferential system where you can only get parking if you own an electric vehicle. And if you have a traditionally powered vehicle, you're effectively a second-class citizen. So I think this, again, is something we need to look at very, very carefully. I'm very grateful to Alan for suggesting we look at both together. That does unfortunately put the pressure on you, Rob, because that will mean we have to do it in the January meeting. Otherwise, we'll miss the boat for Cabinet in February on the EV charging. So I would suggest that we make that a 3 agenda item meeting. That will push us up to lunchtime, because we will all be here in the afternoon as well to go through the work programme for the next year. So that will make it a nice full day for us. And today, therefore, was good practice at 4 hours. Councillor Coltish, please.
And just to say, it's something to consider while we discuss those items as well. If the council's not making a surplus from it and we're investing money into it, it might be a waste of money, since hydrogen's around the corner and that requires no additional infrastructure apart from petrol stations to stock it.
Indeed, and of course, hopefully one day we'll get to teleportation. That will be the first day that I'm not late. So plenty to consider, and future proofing is always going to be an issue. Councillor Hammond, please.
For all future meetings, can we really stress with people coming to do presentations that they should be sticking to their time, not tripling it as they did today?
I think the last recommendation we should be making on today's meeting is that we furnish Rob with a cattle prod. So no, thank you, Councillor Hammond. Valid point, well made. Unfortunately, I think officers sometimes like to hide behind a presentation, hoping it will reduce the time for questions. And I think today will dissuade them of that notion. Oh, when I say officers,